What's up, everybody? Peace, 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 people. Today, we're going to talk about Akon and his city and why it is forecasting a future failure in Wakanda City. Now, Akon has been given some type of warning recently to pay up what he owes or give up the land in which he's supposed to be building Akon City, which he has not done. He's been having access to $1 billion credit from Chinese investors. And he thought, in my opinion, he had us wrapped around his fingers. He thought that we were going to run to do whatever he said to do about this city. And he didn't realize that we didn't look at him as being all that. And we did not go in mass number to support his Akon, his Akon City, all his so-called ventures to up and running this so-called project. Now we are like 6 years later, and he has not produced anything, and now things are falling apart with all kinds of people reporting on what he has not been doing and what he needs to do or else. So we're going to talk about that, and the reason why I say this is forecasting Wakanda City felon is because she, Dr. Arikana, just like Akon, was relying on indigenous Black Americans who don't have nothing to do with Africa to foot the bill. They want us to be the bearers in the debt. And they have pretty much volunteered us to be these debt slaves that most of us who has a mind would not ever want to subject themselves into doing. These people that were part of the slave trade have the nerve to invite us to go to Africa to look at dungeons, to look at all the tragedies, what had happened. And on top of that, insist that we be debt slaves to them and their projects that they have come out with. And so Akon started out with this, with what he thought was going to be an easy go, and it was not. And so we're going to talk about how he's looking right now. And then we're going to transition and talk about Dr. Arikana's Wakanda. And again, I've been waiting for other people, other voices to speak up about Dr. Arikana Quia Qual, if I'm saying it right, because I know that there's been chatter about her and her organization and how she's been moving. But every time someone talks about her, the voices go to a whisper and then they go to silence. And then people don't really want to talk about this particular person who is getting a lot of attention and influence and supposed recognition as a voice to Black Americans who never called or asked her to be our voice. She kind of picked up and said, I'm going to be the voice of these people in America. And on top of that, I'm going to tell them what they ought to do. And what she thinks we ought to do is make believe Wakanda, make believe other projects that she wants us to put our monies towards blindly, just like Akon thing was all about. And I really feel in my heart of hearts that when Arikana had mentioned years ago that this $500 million bond that she had taken on was a so-called blessing, because all we needed was so-called $1 million donation towards this $500 million bond. And then, of course, gold and all the resources of Africa were going to pay the rest of it. That's what she claimed back 3-4 years ago. And then, of course, that video is no longer up. I had proof of that video, but my first channel was taken down. But my point being is, now I have heard from Kala Genesis yesterday on this broadcast on YouTube that he knew of this Wakanda with Dr. Arikana, but it was talked about in Angola, not Ghana. So it's been pitched, in other words, in other places. And I do believe that Arikana has been hopeful to get a lot of people ensnared into agreeing to building Wakanda, putting their name on the line, signing up on that database, so that somehow they would be responsible and held responsible for the festivities of the dead. So this is why I say it is very imperative to vet people and know who these people are, because like I said, Dr. Arikana, she was fired for fraud. I know everybody wants to believe she was fired for talking against France, but that's not what the true reason for her being fired. I've shown many videos about it. I showed paperwork on that. I read off what it said. I read off an official letter from the African Union sent to the State Department talking about the true nature of her firing. And so you would think after that embarrassing moment of being fired that she would just go away. No, she never went away. She reinvented herself. She started talking about Wakanda City. Apparently this idea came about, Kala seems to believe that it came through him, what he was talking on, and she got wind of it. And then all of a sudden this new phenomenon called the Wakanda City came to be. But before I get too far ahead of myself, let me say hello to everybody that's in the chat room. What's up, Big Chief All-American? How you doing? Thank you for coming through. And everybody in the clouds, thank you for listening. If you have not yet, please like and share the video. I know that a lot of people just would like me to be quiet. And I know that it's always better for us to be taken advantage of by most of y'all. Most of y'all really don't care for Black Americans at all. And some of you Black Americans don't even care about yourselves, because you would prefer me be quiet and us be taken advantage of versus the truth to be understood and brought out. And we avoid devastating losses and bankruptcies and our information being taken and used and all kinds of things that can happen behind mischievous people who have other ideas and intentions about what they think other people ought to be doing, because they feel like they are the overlords. They feel like somehow they're the new masters. This Dr. Arikana feels as if she is now a master. And people are really rallying around her, propping her up. So I want to show y'all what has happened with Akon to let y'all understand what is coming, in my opinion, to Wakanda City. Because just like Akon City could not get a mass number of us to be foolish enough to do what he asked for us to do, which was a coin for his Akon conning scheme, okay? So let's look at this little bitty video. Let me first say all videos will be under fair use for educational purposes under 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. And it is for scholarship, it's for observation, it's for research, it's for collecting information, it's for understanding and get an understanding on what is going on with these African people who are well-to-do, who can't seem to manage to go talk to other Africans about their projects, but they skip them and they come talk to Black Americans, or they badger Black Americans, or they bash Black Americans, and they try to make it seem like it's all our fault that things are not going well in Africa. All this gaslighting stuff that they do. But I unravel it by telling the truth. So let's get to this first part. Fair use of this video.
Akon City.
Akon City. Let's talk about Akon City, man.
Akon City. Akon City.
What is Akon City?
Akon City is going to be the first futuristic smart city in Africa.
Akon has long been a big idea guy. From dreaming he would one day be an international music star to wanting to build a huge futuristic city in his motherland of Africa.
And what they all seem to know how to do is make these futuristic looking diaphragms or graphs, pictures. And they sell this futuristic notion just off of what they're displaying right here. And a lot of people actually believe that this was possible and that this was good enough for them to believe in and give up money and do this Akon. I know that Go Black to Africa invested some money in Akon City and got burnt. He talked about that. And so this is a real thing with Akon collapsing. His so-called Akon City has collapsed. The idea and everything behind it, because again, he was not able to get the marks he thought he had lined up to get enough of them, and it didn't work out to that effect. So what is he going to do now? Is he going to have to give back that money to China? Because the city ain't been built and we not giving up no money. So what is Akon going to do? Think about it.
For more reasons than one, the second idea of his has garnered both praise and criticism for how ambitious yet unrealistic it is. In 2020, the Grammy-nominated musician made a bold claim that he was going to build an African utopia in Senegal, where his roots are. The mock-up designs were spectacular. A montage of slim, shiny, curves.
Again, the Jetsons. Remember that cartoon called The Jetsons, where you see the fake flying jets and people could cook, you know, out of this futuristic box, and all your stuff could be made and all these things. This is what this looks like right here. Jetsons, Jetson cartoon. Nothing about this resembles realism, reality, realistic. It's not possible. But this is what he showed for people to buy into what he was claiming.
Skyscrapers and new museums to be brought to life with a $6 billion investment. All in the heart of a country where 36% of the people live below the poverty line.
We have to really rebrand. You get to the point where you think Africa's just a big jungle. But then when you look at the US, it's showing Superman, Batman. Where is our Superman?
At the groundbreaking ceremony, Akon claimed the city would be something like a real-life Wakanda, like the fictional and futuristic state of the 2000s.
And everybody was getting high off the vapors of that stupid-ass movie Black Panther. And everybody that is Pan-African and African, they want to keep furthering this notion of that movie because of the monies that were made from it. And so they have concocted a lot of different ideas and proposals for investments for them and their fake ass continuation of this movie, but trying to make believe that they could make up a Wakanda, Akon City. There was a Hope City in Ghana that was supposed to have been built back in 2013, I want to say, and it did not happen as well. So all these cities just happened to come up that people are wanting to now do, and they're hoping that good old Black Americans' monies can foot these bills for all these cities, and we're not even planning on living in the city. We're not from Africa. We don't have a home place there over there in Africa, but they want us still footing bills. It's very interesting. But this is what they thought. This is what they thought they could use manipulation, like this stupid ass movie, and talk about Wakanda, and talk about Akon City. Oh, it's so blessed to imagine, isn't it? No, it's never have. It never has been a blessed thing to imagine that people are thinking that you are footing bills, that you're going to turn out to be their debt slaves. That's not something that I would ever want to imagine. Sorry about that.
18 superhero movie, Black Panther. The locked up singer attempted to channel Black Panther's aesthetically Afrocentric spirit, while overlooking the role that the civil conflict and the post-colonial strife played in the story.
I think Wakanda, I love the fact that it did come out though, because it made people think differently of Africa, and it gave people an option of what could be.
It made them have fantasies in their mind that is unrealistic to now and forever. That's what it did. It got people to be some nutty bars running around, dreaming of lies is what they have been trying to do. And scatterbrain, most of them, thinking that they could save Africa, they could save the world, they could do this, they could do that, all these ideas that came from this dumbass movie that's not real. That's what it caused. A demonic possession on some people, apparently. Let's go.
If something or some kind of energy was, put in that direction.
Akon City was promising a bit of everything. A seaside resort, a tech hub, recording studios, and even a zone named Centerwood to develop Senegal's struggling film industry. The Convict Music CEO stated that the plan was for the economy to function primarily on his Akon cryptocurrency. Akon envisioned that the city would serve as a home.
And this Akon, again, this Akon, there is another coin that has been promoted by Dr. Arikana. It's called the Addi coin. The same thing, she's been trying to peddle this cryptocurrency to people that is signed up for this ADDI database as well. We'll get into that as well. But just keep in mind, they mimic one another. These two cities, Akon and Wakanda, have the same features, the same dealings. It kind of pairs one another. It kind of mirrors one another. Just keep that in mind.
Home for Black Americans and other members of the African diaspora. The Senegalese American claimed he wanted to create a place where they could connect with their displaced African heritage. But this soon seemed like a pipe dream as the project quickly ran into some tough obstacles which put Akon under the spotlight for the wrong reasons. The first phase of construction was due to be completed by the end of 2023, but the project has been riddled with delays and controversy. The most pressing issue with this was his Akon cryptocurrency that was supposedly going to help build and sustain the city. The crypto, along with the city, was intended to unite Africa with a greater vision, boasting the slogan, "One Africa, One Coin."
All the things that we're fighting for, it's all because of just not having the proper currency or a currency that's strong enough to give us the value we need just to survive.
He claimed Akon would not just be a currency used to pay for goods and services, but a way to establish credit and borrow money. But it failed to acquire traction even with Akon's star prominence. Few people.
No one gave a damn about Akon. That's the reality of it all. Black Americans don't worship no damn Akon. He's not our superstar. And he found out the hard way that he wasn't. But he was really banking on that he was on the level of a Michael Jackson or a Prince. Get the fuck out of here, bird. No, that was never going to work, Akon. That you found out the hard way that you're not beloved by us. Not at all. That's why every chance you get now, you want to talk shit about what we not doing. We need to go back to Africa. All this stuff that you have to say just to get underneath our skin because you pissed because we never cared and we will never care. That's just the way it is. We do not care.
Prepared to make investments on something that was not yet concrete. Akon has since been delisted from every exchange where it was once available for purchase. This meant that those who purchased the pre-sale of the token didn't get any return on their investment. It left people still wanting to be refunded today.
But at the end of the day, I think investment is always going to be a risk. And what I want to do is create.
And these risks, they always make it seem like it's not that big of a deal. Let's get back to that a little bit later. I just want y'all to keep in mind, he said, yeah, there's risk. There's a big risk in everything you do pertaining to Africa. And this is what we have learned as Black Americans, that when you take your ass over there to Africa, you're bound to be scammed, bankrupt, tricked, or romanced. Romanced to point where you are giving up all your money, or you're trying to get a green card, or you're doing something you have no business doing because you don't know no better. Before I get back to Akon, because I just need a break from even thinking about how wicked he is, and he definitely is, and I'm so glad that he's been exposed. But we all know that there's been just a lot of things that we have fallen into going to Africa, and people keep trying to tell us to take our asses back to Africa. And you know, it's very ironic that most people that are saying this, like Akon, they are not in Africa. But they have all the answers for Black Americans to do what we need to do. I want you guys to just listen to this as a reminder. This was like 3 years ago. And then we'll talk more. But yeah, Akon has always had in his mind for us to be mentally manipulated into doing what he says to do. And he thought he really had this overall influence onto us, and it has not materialized at all.
I know a lot of times we have the tendency to blame the white man for everything that's going wrong, right? And that's the majority of African Americans in America feel. You know, you're not saying nothing that everybody don't feel. That don't necessarily mean it's true, yeah. But with the circumstances that surround us, that's why we believe that way, you know? So at the end of the day, it was like...
Again, he's not an African American. He's not a Black American. There ain't no such thing as we. But every time they feel like they want to just dip in and out of our culture, they can claim a piece of what we are and then go back and be separate and be what they really are. And that's what I don't like about the usage of African American, because everybody seems to just dip in and out of that word. We're not the same. Just say y'all have to deal with this, and this is y'all conditions, and this is y'all situation, because that's what it is. It's ours. It's not yours, Akon. So for him to even suggest us going to Africa, and he's not even there, he should have been checked right then and there by the guy that's listening to him. I'd have been like, well, if it's so wonderful in Africa, why aren't you there right now? What's your story? But nobody ever challenges some of these Africans. They let them just slide on by because of who they are and trying to get appeasement or validation from them. You don't challenge them.
If you are in a position in life where you feel like you don't own your own content, you don't own anything, and they should be investing in us, this is the opportunity now to be able to own that in which we're complaining about. Because in Africa, it's a clean slate. You can build that empire there.
A clean slate he ain't at. That's what I'm talking about. He always was trying to get us to move, to be replaced, to go and struggle, to go find out and learn the hard way. All these things that he was suggesting was providing for people to be foolish and crash dummies in a lot of cases. Not all, but a lot of people found themselves crashing out, going to Africa or being getting got. That's what happened. But he wants us to go to Africa.
Build that infrastructure there. And you already got the information. You're already educated on how to do it, because we've done it here and made billions of dollars for corporations all day. Africa is the only place in the world where black people can go and build Fortune 500 companies from scratch within 5 years.
But he couldn't do it. Him and his Akon City, he couldn't do it. So what is his excuse? He's sitting up here telling us we could make all this money, but he can't even build his city. And he had access to $5 or $6 billion from China, and you still failed. You can't say nothing to us about nothing, Akon. You ought to just be quiet. But again, let's listen more to what happened to this collapse of the city, this so-called Akon City.
And what I want to do is create an opportunity for anyone that's ever invested in me on any level to give them a second shot at something that's a lot less risky than it was before.
The R&B star has stated that they will receive their money back, even if he has to pay them out of his own pocket. Without a source of income, funding for building on the land didn't flow in, and it left the area empty and in limbo, except for the only progress made. The foundation stone sitting on a pedestal in an empty field, which was unveiled in 2020.
So that's all he has managed to do, y'all. Look at this. And he wants to tell us what we need to be doing, and people actually entertain listening to him. It's very interesting, ain't it?
These issues would lead Akon to get sued by his ex-business partner in a $4 million lawsuit. Many people claim that Akon City was just a big scam, with critics referring to it as Akon City, and just an all-out pyramid scheme. The music mogul does have a history of
a pyramid scheme that other people feel like they can be partakers into. Like I said, there is such a thing as Dr. Arikana. I think there was one more. Well, I can get back to that later. Let's talk about Akon or Wakanda. Wakanda. Where'd you go? Like I said, it's like a blueprint, printed out notion of others to follow the same guide of how to get about manipulating Black Americans for some reason. We are the go-to for everything and everybody, for all their imaginations. And I'm sick of them. Where did it go? If you have not yet, please do me a favor by liking and sharing and subscribing to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. I don't know if I accidentally got rid. Hold on, I know I have it somewhere. But it's interesting how Akon, all this time with $6 billion in hand, has not done a goddamn thing when it comes to that Akon City. But we're supposed to somehow associate with these people and believe them no matter what. People just really think that Black Americans ought to be everybody's fool. And I am so sick and tired of that mentality. This is why I showcase these videos so that we do not get, let me just put in Wakanda City because I must have accidentally got rid of the Wakanda City. Let's get to that. Okay, so this has been talked about. Before I go there, actually, let me go to Kala's platform because he did talk about Dr. Arikana, and then we'll go into Wakanda City. Let's start there first. Fair use of all videos. Now, he was talking about Akon City as well, and the conversation somehow got on to Dr. Arikana. Apparently, he had met her before, knows of her since 2018. And I want y'all to hear this tidbit that he shared. He's been holding on to this information for 6 years. I don't know why, but he's been holding on to this information. It's going to get there in about a minute or two. If you could, please like and share the video in the meanwhile.
Down and do things like boating, fishing, and stuff like that, you know, too, you know? So, all right. I had enough pictures. All right. I had enough pictures. Let's see. Let me go back to the top. All right, home. All right, so, okay, I'm going to play this one blog I want to talk to you about, as I was saying. Okay, LARP, you all. Okay, let me find this blog. Okay, here's a blog right here. As you can see, that's Mr. Rosenthal, my partner of the African Bullion Bank. He's sitting there with his Korean partner and Dr. Arikana. Now,
Dr. Arikana right there. This guy by the name of Rosenthal and a Asian woman that they are doing business with. Just let you know that this is global and that they are trying so hard, because just know that there are a whole lot of debts that West Africans and African overall owe to World Bank, IMF, and side lenders, including China, for all the development in buildings that they have been doing there in Africa. And so it's no surprise to me that an Asian would be in this picture and Arikana would be all snugged up. I wonder who this guy Rosenthal is. We're going to try to figure that out before this live is over. But she is here being talked about right now. Let's see what Kala has to say about her.
this is 2017. I asked Mr. Rosenthal to go to Angola to be my emissary, and he began the talks with the last Angolan governor of Dos Santos about building a new city-state for African Americans in the diaspora in Angola. The last government said, yes, that's a good idea.
And see, what's so messed up is that him Colin by himself, thinks that he can think for millions of us and what we want to do. People just take it upon themselves to come out with these plans pertaining to people they have not even bothered to talk to. And they're going and meeting with people that's in government, people that are used to be ambassadors like Dr. Arikana, floating around, pitching different ideas about where we're supposed to go move to. It's very irresponsible and disrespectful, in my opinion. If you don't have the group of people that want to do exactly what you're asking to do, you are overstepping on other people's lives. You're imposing, Kala. Only the people that you get to sign up for your actual BAIO, or whatever it's called, Afristan, or whatever the hell it is, are the only people that you can vouch for as far as building something for them. All this other talk about what other millions of us or thousands of us are planning to do, you don't know what we want to do, but you're talking to heads of state, people in other countries about us moving. And it's just wild to me. But this is what he was doing in 2017. These Pan-Africans are so busybody and nosy and volunteer people for monies and for their skills, for their living arrangements and all kinds of weird stuff that they think that they're able to do. But Kala, 2017, who did you know that was talking about wanting to build over there in Angola? It sounds ridiculous, is what it sounds like to me.
The meeting was Dr. Arikana. She was there at that meeting. And then what happened was the new government...
So she was there let me listen to that again without... She was there at that meeting, y'all. So just listen to this.
As you can see, that's Mr. Rosenthal, my partner of the African Bullion Bank. He's sitting there with his Korean partner and Dr. Arikana. Now, this is 2017. 2017. I asked Mr. Rosenthal to go to Angola to be my emissary, and he began the talks with the last Angolan governor of Dos Santos about building a new city-state for African Americans in the diaspora in Angola. The last government said, yes, that's a good idea and stuff like that. And the meeting was Dr. Arikana. She was there at that meeting. And then what happened was the new government comes in, arrests my partner Celeste in Angola, and arrested a whole bunch of people, said they were corrupt and everything.
So people got arrested. People were deemed corrupt. And you have Arikana floating around ideas talking about states, city-states and whatnot with the likes of Kala and others who are behind the scenes speaking on our behalf, y'all. This is very problematic. These people think that they are our new masters. They think that they're going to tell us what we're going to do and where we're going to go. This is just really wild. And he held on to this information for all this time. 6 years, you have not told this story, Kala, about your interaction with Dr. Arikana involving Angola and people being arrested for corruption. Let's listen to that again.
This is 2017. 2017. I asked Mr. Rosenthal to go to Angola to be my emissary, and he began the talks with the last Angolan governor of Dos Santos about building a new city-state for African Americans in the diaspora in Angola. The last government said, yes, that's a good idea and stuff like that. And the meeting was Dr. Arikana. She was there at that meeting. And then what happened was the new government comes in, arrests my partner Celeste in Angola, and arrested a whole bunch of people, said they were corrupt and everything. And Celeste was in jail for like almost 2 years, right? But she, through her nephew Junior, kept in contact with me in America, you know. And so the whole time they were in contact with me, saying, "Yeah, your idea of a city-state is an excellent idea. We need to build that." And everything, because Angolans wanted to have a plug into Black America, you know? They wanted a plug into Black America.
Everybody wants a plug into Black America. Listen to that. They want a plug into Black America. They want what we got. They don't care about us. They want the money. They want money towards debt. but they're playing it off, talking about building cities, talking about building this and that. Arikana's trying to find and pitch anybody for this idea of having a state, city state or whatever like that, trying to get people to vouch that they want that and to sign on her ADDI and give up money towards these projects, imaginations of gone wild. And this is what he knew. And he never talked about Dr. Arikana until right now. But people were arrested for corruption in relation to what he's talking about. What is going on here? I wish, Colin, you would explain it a little bit better, because you kind of like sped past important parts that we're not understanding why it was called and deemed corruption. Your friend was arrested right around the time that you met and talked about this city in Angola. Maybe she was trying to line you up too to be arrested, but you didn't take the bait. Did you think about that? It's very interesting.
The entertainment industry, they wanted African Americans as far as like real estate, education, stuff like that. They wanted a whole bunch of stuff from Black America, because one of my partners, Mr. Vemba, who's Angolan, lives in Philadelphia, in Baltimore. He said, look, he says, everything Angola needs to develop is right here in the United States. He said, the African Americans he see are almost blood relation to the Angolans. They have more in common with the Angolans than any other part of Africa, because most African Americans do come from Angola and the Congo, not Nigeria, not Ghana. Yeah.
Again, they don't know nothing about nothing. And people are just trying to make us into something that we are not, because they want our money. I'll get back to him in just a second. I just could not believe that he's trying to sit up here talking about we're from Angola. We're closer ties to that, just to make his so-called notion of a city possible back when. And it still didn't work, because not many people are interested, and people are not going to invest in money blindly, trusting, because when you do that, you get burnt. But Dr. Arikana's waiting around the bend for anyone's investments or anyone's proposed notion of this and that and the third. She's right around the corner. She ain't too far away. This woman is very, very busy.
So basically, the Angolans were very interested in African Americans getting into the oil business and stuff like that. So I've been working hard for years to try to make that happen. And then once the new government came in 2017, and this new president comes in, he said he wants to clean up corruption. But unfortunately, a lot of people got arrested that I knew in a dragnet. And then Mr. Rosenthal left and went to Zimbabwe. That's when he met Dr. Arikana. Okay, he met Dr. Arikana, and said here he is there with Robert Mugabe. And Robert Mugabe said, yeah, you know something? That's a good idea, build a city-state. And here's the natural resource bank that we had established in Angola. It's a gold and precious mineral bank in Angola for the creation of a monetary system, And I had an agenda for Celeste Brito. That's my Angolan partner. I call her Queen Mother. She named her thing after me. She's a new Genesis. And she named it after me, her project she was doing, and that's her right there. We call her Queen Mother,
Queen Mother ended up going to jail. You need to explain more about what happened, man. That is unacceptable. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room. Isn't that interesting that Dr. Arikana wasn't too far away and people got arrested, but she didn't get arrested? It's very interesting how that happened. Like I said, she is following in the footsteps of Akon with this Wakanda City. The failure of Akon City is going to be the failure of Wakanda City. It's not going to materialize because not enough of us are going to be bamboozled enough to trust her. What's up to Big Chief All American? How are you doing? You say Wakanda is the name of an Indian mound in America. Okay. Blue Butterflies, how you doing? The Jetsons, LOL, you're funny. It did look like the Jetsons, didn't it? And he said it's ugly. I heard that. Where's the money? He done spent that money, or he done gave that money and split it with somebody like Dr. Arikana. I would not be surprised. In my opinion, I would not be surprised. And you said that you are now Blue Butterflies from San Moores. How you doing? Thank you for coming back. I appreciate you. What's up, Sheena? Thank you for coming through. I really appreciate you. Miss seeing you. Sheena says, Kala, what's up, G? How you doing? Thank you for coming through too. Sheena says, Kala had me fuming on this live. He was disrespectful of Black Americans last night. He's always disrespectful to us, and he really thinks he's doing us a favor. He's making us be looked like in the worst light. He's having Africans come on the platform and take shots at us. And he doesn't have anybody with any intelligence that goes up there and fend for us. And I didn't want to go up there and scream and yell and act a fool. So I just decided to do my video today. That's what I'm doing right now. Sheena says also he needs to speak for himself. He is not our leader. If he hates America, he should move to Liberia. Exactly. His wife must be, I think, still in Liberia, but he won't stay there. But he loves Africa so much. You got all these plans in Africa, but you won't even stay your ass in Africa because you know that it's not really the business. You already know. I wonder if he is part of ACS, Sheena says. I don't know what that means. What does ACS stand for? And no, we don't. Sheena says also Dr. Arikana tries to slither her way into something. Yeah, she's everywhere, everywhere present, like a foul stench in the air. She's there. Sheena says, like you said, she should have set the people up. She could have set the people up. Like the people went to jail for corruption right around the time he was talking about Angola and having this state city. Isn't that kind of ironic? I think that he needs to talk and think about what happened and bring out more facts about that story, because that was just really, really weird. Sheena says he wants our money to fund his fake projects. His wife is there, and I learned she is 36. Wow. Yes, she's in Liberia, right? She's not in America with him, putting up with his mess, because that's why he's always on live. He's always able to talk on lives. But let's get back to him talking about Arikana. And like I said, for some strange reason, people steer clear of really speaking on her for too long. And I find it very, very odd, protecting someone that's trying to take from us. I have a problem with that. Let's get back to this video. Where'd it go? If you could please like, share, and subscribe to this channel, I will greatly appreciate it. Oh, here it is. I was about to say, I thought I got rid of the dang video. Oh my goodness, that was wild.
Queen Mother Celeste. And so therefore, there she is in construction in Angola and stuff like that.
With all the Asian people. Look at all those Chinese people that they're working with. But they want us to believe that this is Pan-African and they're doing this all by themselves, African power. They have these people behind the scenes because they owe China so much money. And they think that we're fools. They want us to be debt slaves. That's what they want. That's what they want us to sign on to agree to be. Slaves, debt slaves for them and all their debts. Look at them, kicking it with the Asians. This ain't no Pan-African thing. This is a globalization thing. This is what this is. This is what it shows. They're not fooling nobody. Just fools. But look at this. Chilling with the Asian guy.
Monetizing, different construction projects and stuff like that, And like I said, the new Genesis plan for expats, they want to really bring African Americans over to build like communities and stuff like that over there. And they were very interested in what I said about an Afghanistan. They were very, very interested in what I was saying. But anyway, what happened was Dr. Arikana, at the time the movie Black Panther came out, she started saying, yeah, we need a Wakanda project, right? And I told Mr. Rosenthal, if you introduce this, make sure you use the term Afghanistan, because so people know what you're talking about, and it leads back to the BAIO, But Dr. Arikana hijacked the term and started calling it a Wakanda project, right? And she proposed a twin city state built on the Zambia.
She hijacked. Okay, that's what she does. She hijacked our narrative, y'all. This woman has hijacked our reparations towards Africa now. This woman has hijacked and somehow managed, I believe she has something to do with that executive order that was written in 2022 with Kamala Harris and Biden, talking about this exchange, this diaspora talk. Where did this diaspora talk come from a Kamala Harris and a Biden? Come on. They're not Pan-Africans. Where did that come from? Where did that talk come from? It came from her and her ilk. They're all conspiring behind the scenes. They're all trying to hijack everything pertaining to our destiny, our narrative, what we believe in and what we want, what we desire. Now, everything that we desire suddenly is going to Africa. Everything that we talk about is dreaming of Africa, building for Africa. Who said that? She did. Who's saying that? These Pan-Africans. All of them are everywhere talking to our leaders, the Congressional Caucus, Black Caucus, the NAACP, the Urban League, and all the others. They're all in cahoots together, y'all. Listen to this.
And Zimbabwe border that would basically, and I said, okay, well, who controls the city? Who would control the city and everything like that? And all that was off the table. She was basically like, oh, yeah, we'll control it. I said, look, and I told her back there, you're not going to govern me. And then at the same time, here comes Akon with his own proposal for a city-state of African Americans in so-called Africa, at the same time. So all this started when I had Mr. Rosenthal go meet with Angola. He ended up going to Zimbabwe, and that's where he met Dr. Arikana. And then they had this idea of building a Wakanda City, which I thought was stupid, the idea of Wakanda City. And Akon had the whole idea of building an Akon City, right?
As I said, they both at the same time came out with the same idea, Wakanda City and Akon City. I believe that money that Akon borrowed from China, he split with Dr. Arikana because, again, she mentioned a $500 million bond that she got and that she had hoped that we could raise $1 million and then the rest of the resources would pay the rest of that money back. I believe she got that money from Akon because she said that it was from an unknown diasporan. She wouldn't name who the diasporan was. But from what Kala is saying here, they both were talking about doing a city at the same exact time, because he had that money freshly in his hands back in 2017. And she was then the ambassador of Washington for the African Union at 2017. She was the ambassador. She's been very, very busy. even when she was an ambassador, talking about a Wakanda City, thinking about that then as an ambassador, instead of just doing her job, she was trying to figure out how to get money from us and still been working on that since. That's been her whole sole goal, is somehow getting money from us and having us to say we want to foot bills. That's what she's doing. Akon couldn't get away with it. He tried. He thought he could bash us and talk shit to us and have us just fall in line. She got all kinds of chapters and different people working with her in conjunction with talking to our leaders, and people are swindled and bamboozled by her and her words. I'm not. I see her. I see all that she's been doing. It took a while to get this information because Kala was not talking, but as you can hear, she's been very, very busy, y'all.
And they just got out of whack. So, but like I say, if you go to the website, you read the blog, you read how it started and everything like that. It started with the Black African Infrastructure Organization. This whole idea of building a diaspora or African American city-state or state on the African continent, you know, and Akon City. And I said the reason why I was against Akon, right, is because I said not because he was Senegalese, not because I don't think he's African American. No, I don't think it was that at the time because we weren't talking about it at that time.
He's not an African American, and this Kala keeps on trying to give away our identity whenever he feels like it. Oh, I feel Caribbeans could be African American too. Oh, Akon, he could also be African American too. This is why we have issues with nutty bars such as Kala. He brings confusion about our identity. He welcomes everybody to share our identity, and this is why it's been bastardized by the likes of Kamala Harris, by the likes of Obama, by the likes of anyone that claims that they are African American and they know their own identity separate from that governmental term that was issued against our will. And they want to use it gleefully because it benefits them somehow. Different contracts and other things of that nature. And you have the likes of Akala talking about, oh yeah, I think they can be African American too. They're close enough to our history as well. We got some really nutty bars in our community, y'all. Let's face it, we are in trouble when it comes to men's leadership. And the reason why we're in more trouble is because these women, such as Dr. Arikana, appear to have her shit together, but she's a corrupt witch. Trying to stick it to us, trying to steal from us. That's all. And she sounds the part of someone that has conviction, that knows what she's doing. So when you hear somebody like her in comparison to Kala, a lot of people are going to be sold off of her bullshit. And it's unfortunate.
I just thought that because he was a gangster rapper and everything, I just think that if you're a gangster rapper, that canceled out everything. If you're any sort of, I don't take you serious on anything. You just keep making music and making good beats and everything like that. When it comes to this, I want people of good character. You know, I want serious people and serious people like that. And this is the most serious movement you could do when you start talking about nation building. You can't have a rapper or whatever like that. I'd be the same way if it was Jay-Z, you know, or Puff Daddy, or whatever like that. I don't want any friggin' celebrities or some stupid stuff talking about building something that we're gonna follow. And everything that I said about the Akon City, what it'll be, it turned out. It was vain. It was abstract. It was full of self promotion. And also, not that when he basically came out, the people that was gonna build the Akon City were white people and Chinese. I said, where's the Pan-African, where's the black nationalist aspect of this? And everybody got to tell me, what's the difference? No, see, I said, an African is going to be built by us. It has to be built by us, or it has no legitimacy. So when people don't understand our culture, our history, and who we are and everything, they don't think that matters. It does matter, you know? Say, okay, who brought the Negro scamming culture to Ghana? All right, Zonga, you got an answer for that. He brought the Negro scamming culture. Oh, Ghanaians are just innocent, man, you know?
Speaking of Ghanaians, I'm glad he said that. You know, the then financial, advisor for Ghana. He was recently let go, maybe about 4 months ago. Ken Atada, Afari Atada, something like that. He is the cousin of President Addo. And he has made a killing with a bank in the midst of a scandal. Let me get that real quick. I wanted to read this because I want y'all to see how corrupt people are in Ghana. And this is one of the guys that I had talked about when I wrote to the Black Caucus and to a district attorney about the corruption of Ghana. It says, while Ghana was wallowing in debts, Afari Atada's bank made US $9.2 million. Okay? According to this new book by Mansa Azari's new book reveals. It goes on to read, renowned investigative journalist Mansa Azor Awani, in his latest publication, The President Ghana Never Got, has disclosed how some individuals in the Nana Addo, Dankwa Afo Addo government benefited from Ghana's woes of high indebtedness. In his 409-page book, the journalist shared copies of documents he obtained from the Ministry of Finance through a right to information request, which showed that the bank of former Minister of Finance Ken Afari Atada database made millions of dollars from the country's indebtedness. Can you imagine? He managed to make millions of dollars in the midst of indebtedness. He was the then Minister of Finance, the cousin of this President Addo of Ghana today. They also, like I said before I go on and read, they had indigenous banks, 7 to 9 of them, because they get the numbers kind of messed up with different articles that say 7, sometimes 9, other times. But anyways, these indigenous banks collapsed and they stole and took the customers' monies. They hijacked their monies. And this happened in 2017 as well. While this minister was the finance minister, while this president was President Addo, while Dr. Arikana was the then ambassador. Should I go on? Okay, so let me go on and read this. Details of the book, which was published by myjoyonline.com, showed that as Afari Atada was signing a debt instruments which were pushing the country into a ditch, DataBank was making millions of dollars. The bank, together with 2 other financial institutions, became the regular facilitator of the Afo Addo government's borrowing when Afari Atada became finance minister, and it benefited greatly from both Ghana's international and domestic debts. The documents disclosed that Afari Atada's data bank made a whooping US $9.2 million through the loan agreements it facilitated for the country while he, Afari Atada, was in office. Oh, so Ghana is not so innocent. Like I said, they have a lot of corruption going on over there, and these people I really don't want talking to us at all. And they all are affiliated together, and Dr. Arikana is affiliated with them as well. She's been affiliated with them. She's married to a Ghanaian man. She's talking about doing now at Wakanda City in Ghana. When first, as you heard from Kala, he says that it was supposed to have been in Angola. The plan was supposed to have been Afghanistan or Afghanistan, something like that. And it ended up being hijacked, in his own words, by Dr. Arikana for this now supposed Wakanda City alongside of the Akon City. It's just really fascinating how that's working out. So let's get to the Wakanda City. Let me just remind you of what they've been speaking on. And as I predict, I believe that this Wakanda City is going to fail. I believe that not enough people are buying into the lie, but she is getting more and more people to believe in this lie. But just like the failure of what happened with Akon, it's going to happen with Wakanda. It's going to happen because it's not the truth. It's not the truth. But yet they're selling us this so that we will have to deal with the debt. And they act like that's something that we should happily want to do. And the reason why they think that this is something that we should happily want to do, a lot of people still believe, unfortunately, that we're slaves. The first thing, whenever there's an argument that comes about, first thing they always want to revert back to is slavery. You was a slave. In fact, there was a video, before I get to that, before I let her speak, there was a lady, a young woman who is a MD practitioner, I believe. And she made mention to calling her patient or somebody, unfortunately, a slave. So there was some words. I don't know how the argument began. I don't know who was at fault for starting the argument. But to have it spiral out of control, to talk about one person being a slave in your practicing medicine is a little bit unbelievable if it was in America, which I believe it was in America, unfortunately, too. But why do Africans always feel the need? Because I really think a lot of them truly think of us as slaves. They really do. And in their mind, we owe them. In their mind, we belong to them like slaves. And that's why we're going to have a lot of issues with a lot of these Africans. Not all, but there are plenty that's doing way too much, y'all. Way too much. So let's look at this video before I go on to the Wakanda City, like a little breather, a little break.
Hello everyone, I'm Cerebral and this is Cerebral Talks TV. Welcome to my channel. I had to share this with you. I was a little hesitant to post this woman's information right here. I'm going to share with you a video clip that has gone pretty viral as I speak on TikTok, okay? Now, this is already on TikTok. Even though she has taken it down, or someone, it is still all over TikTok. This woman is an African woman. Her name is Adama Nuhu or something Diallo. She is a nurse practitioner, a family primary care pediatrics nurse practitioner in Columbus, Ohio. And you will not believe what she has been caught on camera saying. Now, I have a little bit of empathy in certain situations because I don't know how this argument started, and he did tell her to go back to Africa, and he said some disses towards her. But where she crossed the line, number one, because she is supposed to be professional. And she said the hard ER, the N-word with the hard E.
I'm not sure if I heard the hard ER, but we're going to listen and see what was said. I think she said Negro, but she had a mask on. Maybe it was muffled sounding. I don't know. But the point is, the only thing that I want to point out is that this is supposed to be a professional woman who's supposed to handle herself. The person came in there maybe with the wrong insurance. Maybe they didn't have enough money. I don't know what it could have been. There's a way to say, well, I'm not able to service you today because you don't have enough money or your insurance is off. You have to do this. You have to do that. Please take care of that before you come back because otherwise I can't service you. I don't know what started the argument, but all I'm saying is, why is it the first thing that they say? Most of these Africans that are in Africa, the first thing they'd like to throw up is slaves, because I really think a lot of them internally believe that in their heart that we still are that way. I think that that is the culture of how they think. Just like the caste systems that are in India, there's also caste systems and other systems in Africa, and their beliefs about certain people can't be mingled up with these people and all that is factored in with us included. Whether you like to acknowledge it or not, they still have a mindset that is saying to them that you're a slave still. Listen to this.
ER towards him, but then she said, you people. So she's talking about all Black American people. Just sit back and listen to what she says, and then I'm going to dissect what she said. Listen to this. A nurse practitioner in Columbus, Ohio, servicing the community, which is probably largely Black American, African American, who go to her as a doctor. Listen to this.
You prostitute. No, don't get out. They'll come get your ass out of here. Stay in here. Stay in here. Stay right here.
We stand right here.
We are right here.
Prostitute.
Okay? You'll see who you're dealing with.
Who you dealing with?
Huh?
Look at you with your ugly ass. Take your ass back to Africa, Spain, wherever the fuck
Get
you
your
are.
ass back to the slavery.
With your ugly ass.
You get out of the boat, you ugly
Fuck,
slave.
talking
You
about
are a
you talking about a prostitute
You
bitch.
are a
You want
slave.
some motherfucking booties with some
You are a
motherfucking
slave.
with some
You
tap
are a
dance
fucking
shoes.
slave. You are a
Fuck
slave. Get the fuck out of my place.
Again, why the guy was there? Did he have a legitimate reason to be there? Was there a misunderstanding about a bill or insurance? Or did he come there to ask to use the bathroom or ask to get a job? I don't know. But I don't think her being that way was appropriate as a professional person. So it's unfortunate that she would allow herself to get to this point to look like this, because this is not cool. And you're servicing other Black Americans, and other Black Americans would see this now and probably feel uncomfortable about you being a doctor over them. So this is unfortunate.
You are a slave. Look at you, a dog. A dog, you living on pesos, living on people's stocks money and money. Get your ass out and go get yourself a job. You bitch. All of you guys, you are a bitch, okay? Yeah.
All you guys are bitch. All you guys are bitch, she says. She has a universal mindset about us. A lot of them already do. You can't change a lot of their minds about how they feel about us overall. But for them that think that we're supposed to be usable, as I believe Dr. Arikana is on that tip, I really do. A lot of people look at us as being mere slaves. And it's unfortunate that this is the reality that we are in 2024, going on 2025 soon enough. We still dealing with this type of mindset.
Get out! Get out of my place! I'm not gonna get you. Okay? Not your job, okay? Go further and coming here harassing people. You mad? Oh, yes. Kiss us. Who knows what the heck you doing? You right. Kiss us. You right. You're Negro. You are a Negro. Look at you.
Yeah, she did say nigger one time. She let that slip out one time. She said nigger and then she said negro. Okay. See? A lot of them come over here and try to have the white supremacy attitude to fit in a little bit better. That was uncalled for.
You right. Look at you. You right. Look at your ass and get yourself a job. You right. Look at you.
Okay. Now look at
That was a lot. That was a lot. My point of showing that is that some people today still really have ill will thoughts about us as a people. They don't think that we matter. They don't think that we count. That's why they can use our identity as they want and treat it like garbage, and treat us like fools and slaves. If you let them, we got to stop allowing that, though. Let me see what you guys are saying. American Colonization Society, exactly. That is something that they're trying to bring about in this today's time, talking about we want to build a city and a state city in Africa somewhere. Who is going with you? Who is gonna want to go live in Angola? Come on. Who is gonna want to go live in Liberia? What is wrong with these people? But they're coming at us like that's what we need to be trying to do. This is how they're coming at us, like this is what we need to be trying to do as they stay their ass in America, trying to get us to get gone. Think about that, y'all. Artifacts, right? We colonized Africa a while back with the ACS. No, that wasn't we. That was the government. That was the American Colonization Society. I guess some type of entity that was affiliated with the government that did that, in cahoots with the government, I guess I should say. Sheena says, I believe Arikana has a plan up her sleeves about our fate. I know she does, Sheena. That's why I'm really serious about this person. She is everywhere. She is talking about our fate, and she's not even us. She doesn't know what the hell we want. We want to be here and deal with what we're dealing with here, come what may. Come what may. We don't care to go over there to Africa. We don't care to go build over there in Africa. We don't care about what's happening over there in Africa. And that's our prerogative. Who is she or anybody to try to tell us that we need to turn our attention now to Africa now after all this time? But this is what's going on behind the scenes, y'all, whether you like to believe it or not. And the key people that's doing these types of things, being slitherish, slimy, slicky, is Dr. Arikana, is this President Otto, and their affiliates. They trying to make her come out to be some type of righteous prophetess that knows how to bring together people. But what she wants to bring together is bankrupting us and getting our monies to pay towards debts and made up stuff. It's unbelievable that people are really buying into the bullshit that she's selling. Unfucking believable, Sheena. You said this African last night said we can retire to Africa, invest and rebuild. If we try to take over, we will be ghosts. Kala was silent. We will be, you said take over, we would be ghosts. See, Kala is a fool. I can't even watch all his live because he gibberish too much. And he keeps on saying, you know. I get tired of that stupid shit. How you doing, Monique? You said for Black, hope that your day is going well. It's annoying right now to hear how a lot of Africans can go on Kala's platform and say some outlandish things, and Kala just sits there like a little bitty bitch. It's unfortunate that men claim to be men will sit up there and just let people just tear into us, but they bring about that to them, to the platform, because that's how he starts off the conversation, is talking mess about us. It's like he can't get over ADOS and FBA. Not too many people are even on that level to being these things. There's more of us that are just anti-Pan-African. We don't have to be a part of a ADOS or FBA. We're anti-Pan-African because we know it's a lie. If it's such a real thing, show me in Africa how it's working out. Stop trying to sell us that shit. But they're moving as if it's a done deal. And you have the likes of Arikana that's being hyper busy. And again, once I get wind of the right stuff pertaining to her, it's on. Because again, a fraudulent ex-ambassador should not have nothing to do with anything pertaining to me and what I want to be and where I want to be and how I want to be referred to as. These things, y'all, is coming in our direction because people won't let us alone. They won't leave us alone. He said, that's why I don't want Kamala to win. She can easily be influenced by the African. Therefore, Kamala, all of them, Sheena, she's already signaled to Africans to vote for Kamala. Because again, she is an open border queen, this Kamala Harris. She is the one that caused all this crisis going on right now with the migrant situation. And she's not doing nothing about it. She's laughing and talking about rallies and talking about her vice president and talking about herself and talking about Trump. She ain't talking about the border. She ain't talking about changing anything. She ain't done nothing. She does not care. And that's who y'all want. That's what this Arikana wants, is chaos, just craziness, and America fallen. That's what they want. And it's really fucked up. So it's this election is about preserving America or letting America just go. And just have all these infiltrators just take over like wild banshees. Sheena says they think we are slaves. This doesn't happen to other groups. Yeah, they do. They really think that we should just happily go over to Africa and offer our services like slaves. And that's how they think about us. Not all, but the ones that are up there in power, the ones that are talking to us specifically, the ones that are behind the scenes doing all these things that I'm speaking on, like a Dr. Arikana is, and they do believe this. So don't misconstrue my information. I'm not talking about every African that's ever lived. No, I don't believe all Africans have bad intentions. They're trying to live their life. They're trying to survive. They're trying to get by. They don't have time to be thinking about little old me. But the ones that are upper, elitist, the boule, all those, the witches, all those up there in the private corner, chatting, talking, making decisions, they most certainly see us that way. And they want us to be slaves to them. That's the truth. And when I speak this truth, people don't like it. That's why I don't get a lot of people to respond to my videos or give in a response to what I'm saying when I'm talking, because they can't refute it. They feel we have too much and want to bring us to our knees, Sheena says. They're lying about what they claim we have. That's the thing. But we're definitely being marked. I would say we're definitely being targeted on purpose. You're right about that. Big Chief says all American, any kind of false claiming should be illegal to the USA. You're welcome to come. You're welcome to stay, but you must be who you are. And that's the thing. Many people are false claiming us. People are using our name to get up on their plateaus. People are springboarding off of our name to get into offices. We're being used in so many different directions. It's unbelievable. Let me see. What did you send here? I just showed that video. Ohio nurse practitioner goes on rant, calls patients the N-word and a slave. Yeah, I already showed that, but thank you for that again, G. African Goddess, how you doing? Thank you for coming through. You said, yes, I saw that video of the young doctor. She needs deregistration. She needs something. I'm pretty sure people are going to report her. African Goddess also says, don't care what triggered her, but she went too far. Again, I don't, I wish I would have seen the beginning of the argument. I don't think there's justification to say slave or nigger. It could have been he wanted to go in and use the bathroom for all I know. And she could have just said simply, we don't have bathrooms for the public. I don't know how it went. I don't know what could trigger them to have a back and forth. I wish we could figure that out. But in any event, saying slave, that's something she was feeling. That's something that came from her natural. And that's how a lot of people come at us, for real, to be honest. African Goddess says, I have white clients call me the N-word, never ever, although I was pissed, did I react like this? Did you, for real? You mean with the ER or just Negro? African Goddess says, also, in all this is in front of a young child. Okay. See, I didn't see the child. Where was the child at? Artifact says they feel superior to us, but it's a false sense of superiority because we do more with less help too, and we are not the same. We don't have the same roots. Shaking my head. It's just they won't respect us just to be who we are. Like, all this time I've been living, I haven't had no identity issue. And suddenly being on YouTube and hearing Africans and Pan-Africans talk, suddenly we have some type of mental issue. These people are out of their mind. They're out of their mind. Trying to switch me over to be something so I can become a debt slave. That's not what I envision my life as being. You're going to have to find Africans that want to do that. Leave us up out of that because we're not over there. Like I say, we're not over there, but it's interesting how that executive order was written. I read it again, and it's very, very shocking, to be honest. It's really ridiculous. And if they try to impress upon imposement of some sort, we're going to have issues because I'm not claiming that African-American term. Never have. Never have. So placing that African-American term specifically in an executive order pertaining to dealings with Africa, again, trying to treat us like we are slaves. Like, you make contracts with with actual people that are presently there that's agreeing to what you are saying that you want done. And it's only specific to those people that you can say that to. You can't just group all of us up and say we all on this mindset of what you have proposed us to do and be like. It's very disrespectful what they did. Kamala Harris and Biden. Very disrespectful. Monique says, I am not understanding defending this nonsense. I know, huh? G says, doctors, medical professionals, judges and attorneys and surgeons and other certain types of professionals should never behave in such a manner. Yeah, I mean, if you work so hard to become a doctor and you have your own practice, it's to your best interest not to blow up like that. You cannot afford to do that. Monique says, I had an African call me a dog, and then she called all of us dogs. Yeah, I have heard dogs, slaves. Of course, Akada. Artofat says, East Africa don't even know their history. They don't? Monique says, I grew up around these people, and it's very unfortunate that I know them well. She was reportedly, apparently, and lost one of her contracts. I haven't seen proof. Sheena says she was reported, apparently, and lost one of her contracts. Who? You talking about the lady that was cussing and saying slave? Who are you talking about, Sheena? African Goddess says, think this woman based on her name, West African Fulani. Yeah, that's what I heard. People mistaking her for being a Somalian. Monique says she then told me that black women lick and suck on the men. Wow. What? See. Afrofats, how do you know that? I don't know what you mean by that. Golden Brown says all the immigrants that come to America, they all find their voices, but are very silent in their own country. Yeah, they find their voices against us in a lot of ways. That's the part. And then they wonder why we're so argumentative to them. Is because they are argumentative to us in our pursuits to try to live our life. You come over here and try to tell me what I'm supposed to be thinking on. Like, who does that? Mind your business and do you. Stop wondering about us so much. But all the emphasis is always on us and about this so-called money they say we got. That's the issue right there in a nutshell. So you got these corrupt people such as Arikana, all these people wanting to try an Akon, wanting to siphon our money somehow for their proposed fake-ass projects. Where is that Wakanda City at, Dr. Arikana, and anyone that supports her? Nowhere. It's been talked about since 2018, just like Akon City. So when is that going to come up? I'm going to show y'all a video about what's going on with people supporting her. And like I said, her influence is becoming too much. Yeah, she's involving us in the agenda of 2063. We're nowhere near 2063. She's trying to fast track Agenda 2063 until right now. And that's very disrespectful. That agenda is way over there. And you need to talk to people that believe after all this time they are African and that they desire to participate in that agenda. You can't just put people a part of an agenda. That's exactly what she's done. Bingo, you got it, Sheena. You're very, very, very smart. Because that's what I was thinking too. We never run, they all ran here. Big Chief All-American says, yes, that's the truth. Agreed, but more numerous in the West, African goddess says. They have neutral roots in both West and East Africa with the culture, artifact says. What's up, Miss D? You said nobody's listening to her except panties and lost people. There's more people listening to her, Miss D. There's people that's in power, such as a Kamala Harris has talked to her. She was the ambassador. Remember that. She has many people's numbers. Remember that. She knows how to get a hold of just about anybody. And she's been talking about our future and about this belief that we all want to go to Africa and we want to build Africa. This notion that we want to build the Africa that we want. Who says all that? She said it. Her affiliates are saying that. I'm not saying that. Monique says there's so that if someone says anything about Africa, whether true or not, they get in their feelings. Otherwise, we should keep our options about them out of your mouth. I'm going to speak because, again, our future depends on us not allowing people to dictate what we're going to be about. African goddess says 4Black did not watch whole of Kala, but Kala says a lot of outrageous stuff about Africans being too primitive to rule over him. Hence, he wants his own country. Again, ain't nobody going to follow Kala and be ruling over anything. He's a fool if he thinks people are going to be following him like that. He is delusional. Monique says, I agree, no one is listening to them. Exactly. Kala's country might work, but he needs an island. African goddess says people will be upset if he forms another country within a country. He's apartheid. He's not forming anything. Ain't nobody going to be throwing their money at his idea. That's just foolishness. You never built nothing in America, not so much as a shed. Not so much as a shed for a dog, and you want us to throw money at you for a fake city. This is why it's so unbelievable that all these people are trying to do this. Sheena says building our own nation would put us in further danger. We will not be left alone. No, we won't. People would be assuming that we're supposed to service them. That's exactly how it goes. She already stated she will do nothing for said Black Americans. Big Chief All American says she will do something for everybody. That statement alone should have gotten her canceled. Exactly. Artifact says we never been slaves though, only prisoners of war. Shaking my head, they need our energy because we the only people that can make something out of nothing. We have surpassed slavery though. We have overcome slavery. And that's what they failed to remember on purpose. They want us to think so lowly of ourselves so that we can be pimped and tricked into being something and doing things that's not a benefit to us. That's the way it's going. We shouldn't get into name calling. We have to just leave people alone and treat them as they treat you. Well, sometimes you won't be able to know how a person really is until they get a chance to backstab you. And that's the thing. You got to be wary of people that's always everywhere doing too much on account of other people that didn't ask for that. You said, I'm going to worry about America. Exactly. What's the 2063 agenda? Something to do with a Pan-African plan. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. It's a Pan-African plan that's supposed to be one Africa, one currency, one Africa. Like, Africa being one whole, like United States is. Agenda 2063. Okay, so it says Agenda 2063 is Africa's blueprint and master plan for transforming Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. It is a continent strategic framework that aims to deliver on its goal for inclusive and sustainable development, and is a concrete manifestation of the Pan-African drive for unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity pursued under Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. The genesis of Agenda 2063 was the realization by African leaders that there was a need to refocus and reprioritize Africa's agenda from the struggle against apartheid and the attainment of political independence for the continent, which had been the focus of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, the precursor of the African Union, and instead to prioritize inclusive social and economic development, continental and regional integration, democratic governance, and peace and security, amongst other issues aimed at repositioning Africa to become a dominant player in the global arena as an affirmation of their commitment to support Africa's new path for attaining inclusive and sustainable economic growth and development. African heads of state and government signed the 50th anniversary solemn declaration during the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the formation of the OAU in May 2013. The declaration marked the rededication of Africa towards the attainment of the Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. And the Agenda 2063 is the concrete manifestation of how the continent intends to achieve this vision within a 50-year period from 2013 to 2063. The Africa of the future was captured in a letter presented by the former chairperson of the African Union Commission, Dr. Zuma. The need to envision a long-term 50-year development trajectory for Africa is important, as Africa needs to revise and adapt its development agenda due to ongoing structural transformation, increased peace, and reduction in the number of conflicts, renew economic growth and social progress, the need for people-centered development, gender equality, and youth empowerment, changing global contexts such as increased globalization and the ICT revolution, the increased unity of Africa, which makes it a global power to be reckoned with, the capable of rallying and support around its own common agenda, and emerging development and investment opportunities in areas such as agricultural, agribusiness, infrastructure development, health, and education, as well as the value addition in African commodities. Agenda 2063 encapsulates not only Africa's aspirations for the future, but also identifies key flagship programs which can boost Africa's economic growth and development and lead to the rapid transformation of the continent. Agenda 2063 also identifies key activities to be undertaken in its 10-year implementation plans, which will ensure that Agenda 2063 delivers both quantitative and qualitative transformational outcomes for Africa's people. So she's trying to make this one Pan-African agenda for Africa and the growth and development and all that. But the mindset of Americans, us particular Indigenous Black Americans who don't have any ties to Africa, we don't have any people from Africa, we don't have a culture of Africa, we're not thinking about Africa. And she's trying to force this into this globalization of us, this Africanization of us, whether we like it or not. And this is what they're doing with proposing this executive order that Biden and Kamala wrote in 2022. And they're doing these side gigs with charity that she's doing with her ADDI, which is a little bit of what she's calling herself, trying to get ready for this agenda or facilitate this agenda, help propel this agenda, in other words. Let me see, where was I? I lost myself. Okay. We never been slaves through only prisoners of war. I read that. African goddess is called the African that we want. That's what they claim. And what's up, Pinky Wells? How you doing? And Sheena says the fact that they say we have no accomplishments is wild. The information is out there. This is crazy. African goddess says she is child health. Man brought his child in for treatment, plus herself had a child in the office. Oh, he was there with his child for treatment? See, maybe they had the wrong insurance that couldn't cover what she did. Something to that effect could have happened. Never been African American, only been full blood American. Exactly. I'm not claiming African American. She can suck an egg. The African American term will be laid to rest by OMB soon. It should have never been alive. That word has been the worst thing ever. African American, from the pits of hell. Sheena says the African lady you shared at the doctor's office, people reported her. Okay. Pinky says immigrants find their voices hiding behind Black Americans. Yeah, they speak boldly in America. That's for damn sure. They get real bold and brass and cocky. But when they're in Africa, they're so humble and they want us to come visit because they want our money. You can't get out of none of the hustles that they have for you. We were not prisoners of war. That's a way trying to get us to leave America. We are American. Exactly. I don't buy into that prisoners of war. We overcame slavery. We overcame all these obstacles. We're overcomers. People trying to make it seem like 1900 never happened. 2000 never came. We're still back in, let them tell it, 1800s. If Kamala gets in office, the shit will continue. It's going to get bad. It's going to get really, really bad. Monique says, what was I? Oh, I missed something. Where was I? Hey, what's up, Fort Rivers? How you doing? Okay, so you said Trump, 2024, Trump will end this shit, delineate us from the immigrants. That's what's got to happen. But I believe that it's going to be a lot harder than we realize because there's a lot more people that if they get the immigrants, the illegals, if they're able to vote, that's going to be a trip. I hope not. We really need to vote for Trump, y'all. I hope that you guys are hearing what I'm reading and what's been said. It's very important that we vote Trump. You said it's the Africa that we want. I would never move there. Exactly. Akon says Akon did lay an actual brick, which was unfortunately caused people now filming that brick. Yeah, one brick. Eventually, we mentally enslaved by think by think we African. That's when you're mentally enslaved, is when you go back to that notion that you are African. And they just don't want to let the fact that, you know, the ship has sailed, our paths are changed. Some of us don't want to go believe in a new path with strangers that have been bad to ancestors that we may have had. You know, they don't trust one another. Why they expect us to suddenly trust them? That doesn't make no sense. They don't trust one another. Think about that. But they think that we're supposed to trust them despite them not trusting their own in Africa, what's going on over there. But they want us to have this skill that we're supposed to just automatically do. And it's just not going to work out that way. Blue Butterfly says Akon made his money here. He can't depend on Africans to fund this idea he has. He's going to have to find a way. But I bet you before it's too long, we're going to hear from Akon yet again. We're definitely going to hear from Dr. Arikana. Sheena, you are correct. They will not leave us alone, Monique says. They won't leave us alone. African Goddess says, think he got money from the Chinese for it. He did. 2063 has nothing to do with us Americans. Exactly, but they're trying to make it that way. They're making us a part of a sixth chapter or something to that effect of the African Union, trying to say that the ones that were born outside, even if they don't have a connection to Africa, somehow we're connected. And I rebuke that. You can't just pull me into some type of jurisdiction against my will. You never asked if that's what I desire. And we have people that's doing things behind the scenes, shuffling things and moving us. And eventually we're going to have a fight about that, because that is totally against our rights as human beings. We're supposed to be able to choose our destiny, not people choosing our destiny for us. Yeah, it's a blueprint for the Jetsons TV show. You ain't never lied. Yeah, just like Wakanda is the Akon City. That's why I say soon we're going to hear Arikana crying about what we need to be doing in her mind. You know, before I forget let me show the Wakanda City before I forget and it gets too late in this broadcast. I want y'all to see that she's been talking about this Wakanda City. And where is this Wakanda City at after all this time? Since 2018, you've been talking about it. So where is it? We want to see what happened to it. Let me see.
Making money. It's swift, secure, and easy. Gradual, transforming lives.
Preeminent, lovable Ambassador Kwao, we respect you and love you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I trust lunch was absolutely delicious.
I second that.
And then the problem is when they ask you to speak after lunch, I'm reminded of Idi Amin when he was invited to have dinner with the Queen. He got up to speak and he wanted to let the Queen that he had had enough and his belly was full. He got up and said, "Your Majesty, dinner was Coca-Colastic, of course." First of all, he had had Coca-Cola and the person before him had spoken, had Fanta. He said dinner was fantastic. So he heard fantastic because he had Coca-Cola. He said Coca-Colastic. And I want you to know that I am fed up. That when you come to Uganda, he was going to revenge. My brother, I would like to let you know that lunch was fantastic, and when you come to DC, I am going to revenge. Once again, we are here to talk about the matters of the village. There are issues in our village, and I appreciate the opportunity for us to come together as members of the village to address the issues together. With what I know of the issues that are keeping us together, the difficulties that we are having as African diaspora, continental diaspora, and as African diaspora as African Americans, I know many of us have tried to go home to make a difference, and many of us have come back because the conditions on the ground were not conducive to.
It was not many of us. It was just a few of us. In comparison to how many we are in America, it's not many. And she's blowing up and exaggerating numbers because she's been using these numbers to talk to our leaders about different things and proposals. Just keep in mind how she's exaggerating. It ain't been no millions of us going to Africa like that. Come on now, it ain't been that many.
What we wanted to offer. I used to take doctors on medical missions, and you would end up with a whole neurosurgeon, orthopedic surgeon, treating ear infections and sore throats, because that's all they could do. The country did not have the facilities they needed to do what they do best. Now, there are other reasons why some of us have gone home and come back. And I'm going to hit...
This is the long-winded version. I didn't want to get to that. Let's just get to the part about the Wakanda. Uganda spends billions recreating a so-called Black Panther Wakanda.
A Black historical figure has been scheduled to begin operation in no time. Welcome back to Genesis. In today's video, we'll look at the Wakanda City of Return. Before we proceed, make sure to subscribe to our channel and click on the notification.
I just want y'all to notice that this is, again, graphics, diagrams. It is a real thing. It is something that they continually do to pretend like this is what they're going to create, but it has not been created. And this video is about a year old. So this plan for the Wakanda City, again, is just showing graphics and diagrams of drawings.
Bell for regular updates. The Wakanda City of Return project, which was launched a year ago by the African Diaspora Development Institute, ADDI, Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly, and other local partners, Pelicape Group and Adepa Investment, is scheduled to begin in August this year. The project is aimed at creating jobs by providing skills transfer with the objective of making residents self-reliant, as well as developing an eco-friendly environment using environmentally friendly materials. The Wakanda City of Return project will focus on opening up opportunities in Africa and beyond to boost tourism development. The project is expected to create about 5,000 direct and indirect jobs. Speaking to students of the Agray Memorial Senior High School on the significance of the Year of Return, Rabbi Kohen Halevi, Executive Director of Panifest Foundation, said for Africans to get to a place of renewal, it was time for them to know who they were and where they came from. The African diaspora has been able to raise part of the projected funds in building the city, and it will start soon. The Wakanda City Resettlement Place is an African diaspora project that would literally change the face of Ghana by providing job opportunities in business and tourism to Ghanaian youth who have been unemployed for years. It is a concept that was developed over 6 months by George Obang, an economist, and Kwesi Addo-Darko, a former finance minister, through discussions with experts on different lines of treatments, innovations, and ideas. The Wakanda City project will have many components, all housed in one location. There will be a 5-star hotel, retreat center, health resort, conference centers, entertainment, and continental corporate headquarters for the ADDI, among others. This project will be a place where people can come and experience what it was like to be in Wakanda before colonization. It will also host...
Again, showing stuff that's not doable to even build. making up, fantasies where we seeing on YouTube, and a lot of people are going to buy into the notion of this as a real reality, but I don't think many of us are buying into this. And I think that just like Akon City is failing, I really feel that Wakanda City is not going to get the degree of support as they claim, because we're not going. And I'm telling y'all to steer clear of anything in relation to this Dr. Arikana, to this ADDI. Avoid it like the plague. These people are trying to make us foot bills that we did not earn. We're not their debt slaves. And that's how they would like to have us. Unfortunately, that's the way that they see us.
Events such as concerts, which will bring revenue to the state of Louisiana, but more importantly, make history. Since this project is based on fictional characters, we require creative thinking and imagination when designing each component. The director of finance of ADDI said in order to provide a home for the African diaspora, the Wakanda City of Return will be an educational place where people can learn more about their culture and history. The city is literally planned to exceed all other cities in Africa and the...
Again, is she talking about the Africans that keep fleeing Africa? No. Why is she trying to get a hold of the migrants that are struggling to try to make their way to the UK, to Canada, to Mexico, to America? Why isn't that her agenda? Why is her agenda trying to get us to go and move? Think about that. This is what she desires for us to go do. To get the fuck out of America, y'all. To be replaced in America, while all the Africans steadily still come to America. She's not telling the Africans to stop coming to America, stay in Africa and fight it out, have revolution, all this type of talk. No, she's leaving them alone. She's specifically targeting and talking to us specifically. And I don't want her conversation specific to us. I want her talking to the Africans about what they need to be doing about moving back to Africa. How about that? How about she move back to Africa? Why people keep trying to fuck with us, though? Again, we are targeted individuals, for sure. Let's go.
Diaspora through infrastructure, technology, healthcare, and education. It will transcend borders to be more than just a city. It will be a symbol of unity and hope for Africans in the diaspora who desire to return home. African leaders have in the past failed their people in the continent. Therefore, they are unable to see the end of an endless cycle of commodity-based economies, which has led to much of the conflicts and wars in Africa. Rabbi Halevi said Africans needed total liberation and emancipation to facilitate the development of the continent. This transformation has happened in recent years with the emerging phenomenon known as Wakanda City of Return. The Wakanda City of Return is not just a project, it's a movement. It's a means by which people go from being victims to victors through the power of unity and reconciliation. It is their ambition to ensure that all citizens are placed in employment positions with all requisite training, so as to become part of the revolution that will make the continent great.
Again, it's a nice fantasy, but it's not a reality. It's the same thing that Akon has done. It's going to be the same end results as well. We're not going. We're not trying to foot the bill of Wakanda. We're not trying to foot the bill of any projects going on in Africa. We're not trying to foot the bill of all the debts that you guys owe. It is not our problem. Sorry that you guys are corrupt. My suggestion is y'all give the money back and call it a day. You could do that for starters. You could do that. So let me see what you guys are saying. And then I have one more video show and we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to show you how her influence is really spreading. It's spreading, y'all. They need to know who this woman is. They need to understand what she's about. Let me go back up. Okay, just like Wakanda, Akon City, exactly. They are the exact replicate of one another, in my opinion. African Goddess says, exactly, you guys welcome if you want, but Africa is hard and very different culture environment than what you guys used to. Exactly. Pinky says Akon got money from Americans' investments and he borrowed $1 billion from some Chinese and that loan is now due. Exactly. He borrowed more than that. It's been said that he borrowed $5 or $6 billion, Pinky. He got to give that money back. So, but we're going to hear, and I'm going to keep up with what he's going to say, what Arikana's trying to say. I'm going to show y'all that she's trying to have a festival coming up, trying to get people all wrapped up into this notion of being the debt slaves for Africa. And that's her memo, trying to say that's our unity to Africa, is become debt slaves. That's unbelievable. I cannot believe the gall and the wickedness of this woman. African Goddess says, Pinky Wells, a whole billion for one brick. Pinky says, I know, but when Americans go there, Africans are not welcoming. African Goddess says African Union gets a lot of its funding from EU. As an African, I don't trust anything they are behind. Yeah. Pinky says, yes, $1 billion, and I think some of that money was loaned to Dr. Arikana. Notice how she was always speaking for him to get investors. Exactly. I believe that $500 million bond that she got was from Akon. And they had met up right after they had a meeting together. On one of my videos, I showed them together. Let me see if I can find that video. It's actually on another platform I think I have. Or maybe not. Let me see. But it's very interesting how people think that we're to be everybody's flunkies. Everybody's fool. It's very, very interesting. Oh yeah, I show a video of them together right here. Hold on.
Money is coming from the African Union headquarters.
Hold on. Here we go. Given, like I said before, China. China lent the money to Akon. Akon gave the money to Dr. Arikana. And thus they're talking about their fake plans for Africa. Peep game, y'all.
The Africans, we are ready to build in Africa.
Listen again.
To come to Africa is going to have to be brought by the Africans for the Africans. Because at this time, as the Africans, we are ready to build in Africa that we want. Not the Africa that the rest of the world has wanted. So here we have our own champion, the child of Africa, the one who truly has Africa born in him.
He's not our goddamn champion, I bet you that much. And if y'all think he is, y'all dumb. He is there to pillage from you, not to enable you and your folks struggling in America. Not at all. Listen.
Please join me in welcoming Akon. And also let me say, he's here with his beautiful wife. Come on, sweet. You gotta come here. She is the powerhouse behind everything and anything that Akon is doing. I cannot tell you what she did to get Akon here today. By the way, Akon is coming from the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, where he was addressing the African Union.
Now, just remember this, y'all. She was fired from the African Union post as an ambassador. She sent forth Akon in her stead to speak to the African Union about their plans of including us into the debt of Africa, okay? She utilized Akon. That's
That's why I think she's the one that got the $500 million from Akon, because clearly Akon had more than enough money. He has $1 billion given to him by China. You can clearly see singer Akon secures $1 billion Chinese credit line to deliver electricity to 16 million Africans. He got this money back in 2016. $1 billion.
So as you can see in here, they have been working together. They are a team together. They both have talked about these cities. Akon City's a failure. Wakanda City will also fail, in my opinion, because we're not footing any bill. And that's what they think we're supposed to be wanting to do. Even if they don't produce a city, they still want our money. And it's just a trip that this woman is all over the place. All over the place. Let me see where you guys are at. Let me see. Yes, we're not going anywhere, Pinky. For River says the sixth region. Yeah, that's what it is. The sixth region of Africa is similar to being jumped in by a gang. Exactly. They're just trying to make us be a part of something that we're not even a part of. The fuck? Monique says, for Black, I am a firm believer about what we put out is what we will get back. I tell you, we must keep in prayers, whatever it is that we don't want. Exactly. I want Trump to be president because it's going to nip a lot of this bullshit. It's going to nip it. Pinky says, I was one of those people believing in Akon City, was ready to buy one of those penthouses. Oh my God, Pinky. Oh no. I'm so glad you didn't do that. Oh, African Goddess says, that's madness. You guys are not culturally African. Just watch Kiki Love video about the difficulties of Black American teenagers adapting to life in Africa. It's hard. You know, it's the clashes of culture, in my opinion. And women just can't really be there like that and not have any issues with men and boys and being hassled and harassed and stalked and all that stuff. African Goddess says, thank God you did not give them your money to Pinky Wells. I know. Pinky says, Kiki claims one set of her grandparents are Nigerian. I guess that is the case. I keep hearing that. I've never heard her say that herself, but hey, I don't know. Pinky says, African Goddess, I was waiting for them to break ground. I worked in the construction industry. I've been building projects, collect money, and never start. The builders disappear with the money. Oh, see, that's all they do. Hint, 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 hint. Africa is a third world continent. We as Black Americans are born and raised in a first world country with a first world mindset. African Goddess says, sorry, conditions on the ground were not good in Africa. What was she and other overpaid members of the AU doing about it? Who is the us, not everyday Africans? She don't care about y'all either. African Goddess, she's not really here to help anyone. She's here to help her lenders, her people that she got money from, like Akon. She got her net of people that she will give money and bless for their work. But outside of that, ain't nobody gonna be seeing too much of nothing. She might throw a here and there, a Hey Mary, to claim that she's a real charitable situation, but ultimately that money is going to be hers and her cronies. That's it. I have been there, and it doesn't exist. Actually, the government is beginning to take a significant amount of land back, Monique says. She's talking about Black Americans, Miss D says to African Goddess. Gee, exactly. And a lot of the adjustment issues I hear your people talk about when they get here are a result of them not understanding the difference. Yeah. Sheena says they want Black Americans to create those opportunities. It's not our responsibility. It's not. It's crazy to me. Pinky says I'm still taking a trip to Africa when the world settles down. Hopefully by 2 years. Wanted to go this year, but afraid of problems. Going to Tanzania, Zanzibar, and Egypt. At least you're waiting a couple of years to see how things go. That's the smartest thing ever, to be honest, Pinky. Wow, those frauds used the movie Wakanda to perpetrate the fraud of Wakanda City, etc. If people donate to that, they should request refunds. Exactly. That video is old. Yeah. G says many Africans keep lying about Africa being up to par when it's not. Akon rapper in particular. Exactly. Monique, they took that land from people who have farmed it to generations. So yes, they should give it back, African Goddess says. Speaking of which, I'm glad you said that, because there is a video that somebody sent me pertaining to land and how it's been rough for many people trying to do business for land in Africa. Like I said, you're being bankrupt in Africa and squeezed out in America. We're deliberately being replaced. And here is an old video that someone sent me, but they talk about why they had to leave Ghana. And again, Ghana's very corrupt. They don't have any safety nets. There is no guarantees. You do business and it's a gamble. And most times you're going to lose that gamble. That's just how it is. That's how it goes.
Jamaica, we're waiting for reports that their Nana has left Jamaica to obtain citizenship in Ghana.
So where is Nana now?
She has returned back, woefully so, because the land which we purchased in Mamfi was fraud. Our monies were stolen, and we went to the chief in the area. We went to the police station. We got no help. She was there. Her feet touched soil in Mamfi to build her house to settle in Ghana, and it was a fraud. And she has woefully returned home to Jamaica.
This is sad news. This is something that we don't want it to happen.
Need I say more? There's always a scam going on in Ghana with land. And people still want to big up Ghana like they some innocent people over there. I cannot call it. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with Ghana? Their culture is a culture of scams. And unfortunately, they're into that. And people getting all caught up all the time. It's so sad, y'all. It is so sad. I wanted to show y'all one more video pertaining to Dr. Arikana, because again, her influence is now reaching greater heights. People are betting that she is, well, claiming that she is like a prophet or something. Like she is all knowing and she is everything and all that. Where did this video go? Okay, let me see. This video, which video? Oh yeah, this video. So now she's about to do a festival, y'all. I want y'all to hear this lady though, who is a worker of Dr. Arikana, and see again her reach. There's a video, there's a channel that is representing her, and this is this channel right here.
Class just helps give me a really good perspective on the African
Not this person.
diaspora. And
the next person. This person is a student. I want y'all to hear the next lady after this one.
On a lot of issues that go on within the African American community.
Excellent. That I don't think there is a better.
And regardless of our issues that we have, correlating or collaborating with Africans culture is not going to be a fix for us. It's not a mix for us. It doesn't mesh. But people trying to make it seem like if we converse with Africans, somehow we'll get better, our culture will improve, we'll be cultured, we'll have a degree of integrity and respect. They put African culture on a pedestal and try to make us seem like we're nothing and we're just lost people without a clue. And this is the going conversations that Pan-Africans keep having about us. And I'm kind of sick of it because not all of us are fucked up like this, like ghetto birds or gangbangers or murderers and all this other type of stuff that they try to make us seem like all the time. But listen to this.
More than taking African studies classes.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
especially at the real HU.
At the real HU. I love it. Well, it's been great speaking with you. Hopefully we can keep you attached to Greater Diversity News. We may do a spotlight. You may be on some kind of national news here. You may and become famous. Anyway, it's been great talking with you. And
it's been great talking to you. Thank you so much.
3, 2, 1. Thomas Harrison here reporting for Greater Diversity News at HU, the Mecca, here for the ADDI conference, and we have a special guest with us today. Introduce yourself.
I am State Representative Naquita Ricks from Colorado.
Ooh, go Buffs. So, what brings you to the ADDI conference? You were obviously on stage, you spoke, you gave us great, great speeches, everything like that. So tell us a little bit more about your participation in the movement.
So ADDI, I represent the Colorado chapter of ADDI. I'm also the president and founder of the African Chamber of Commerce in Colorado.
Okay.
So I have so many connections to bringing trade and investments between Africa and America, not just Colorado, but the world.
Right.
And so it's a great honor to be here today supporting this event because it is important that we as diasporans, Blacks from all over the world, going back to Africa and developing and making Africa the Africa that we want to see. So it's going to take me, it's going to take you,
yes.
It's going to take all of you here. So, yeah.
So speaking of that, right, as a Black diasporan who is looking for opportunities to invest back into the continent, what are some of the major ways that you see that we can do that?
There's so many ways. I think by partnering with people that are on the ground, of course, doing your due diligence to make sure that when you make that investment, it's not going to be going down the drain. You have to find trustworthy individuals who have integrity in what they're going to do. But there are so many areas that are opportunities. Tourism is a big thing. For example, in Liberia, where I'm from, we have over 260 miles of coastline. So beautiful beaches everywhere. We have lakes and we have, some mountains, we have forests, we have so many things. Tourism, digital economy, solar energy power or renewable green energy power, infrastructure, developing roads, technology. There's so many opportunities and they abound on the continent.
Okay, so I heard you say you were from Liberia, where you're born on the continent, and what brought you to America?
So what brought me here was a military coup in 1980 when the army overthrew the government. My mom's fiance was shot by firing squad, and it was through that trauma that my family immigrated here to the United States. And so I grew up in Colorado. I've been there for the past 40 years, and now I serve as a state legislature there in Colorado.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Charles Taylor, yes, I know Charles Taylor.
So tell me about your state legislating work that you're doing in Colorado, some of the initiatives that you're doing.
So I've been serving now for 3 years, and I've worked on things like immigration, towing, home ownership. I also work on credit, medical debt, and I've been able to have a voice and bring marginal voices and underserved communities to the Capitol. And that's what I'm most proud of.
Okay, thank you very much for all that you do. It was lovely to have you speaking to you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Thomas Harrison here at the Mecca HU. Some would say the real HU. Here for the ADDI conference. We have a special guest here today. Would you introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Remy Duyele, and I am a professor at an HBCU, not HU.
Okay.
And I'm a serial entrepreneur, formerly a vice president with Bank of America for 17 years of my younger days. So that's who I am.
Okay, that is incredible. Okay, you are involved with ADDI. Tell us how and what capacity.
Absolutely. ADDI is synonymous with my favorite mentor, sister, leader, Mama Africa, Arikana when she first came to Washington in a former role. I was the chair of the Pan-African Diaspora Women Association, a chapter of what she created to enable her to work and engage with the community when she got to be the position of ambassador. So after that, ADDI came is a continuity, it's a movement to be able to ensure that we all get a voice listened to and do what we're supposed to do as diasporans, as Africans, to ensure that we at the table and we understand the issues that is relevant to Africa.
So how are Black women, especially in your purview, making the connection back from America to Africa, bringing the diaspora in Africa closer?
Yeah, of course, I'm a Nigerian American. I was born in Nigeria and been here for 40 years. Despite the fact that I do go back and forth. So what I have been doing and what my group has been doing is engaging our Black and brown brothers and sisters who are here, who were here before, who paved the way for us to be here, to interest them with Africa and opportunities that are in Africa. Just like conferences like this where we're connecting, I'm meeting your company for the first time. So that's what we're doing, just opening up and educating men and women of African descent that Africa is ready for them right now. And it's time to go home and make impact. When I say go home, you don't have to physically go home. You can send your money on errand. You can invest back home.
With your tremendous career, being in the banking industry and now being a professor, what are some of the opportunities that you see that are great for Black Americans in the diaspora to take back and take advantage of in the continent?
Sure. Academia is huge. Once a teacher, a professor is a professor, we can engage and see how we can teach those youthful population that Africa has. And we could take our experience that way. We don't have to do it physically immediately. We can do virtual ways of engaging, sharing knowledge, teaching, and paying it forward, and leveraging this young men and women who are quite smart to the core, that all they need is that exposure and that experiential learning. So we can create experiential learning opportunities for this young African community to be able to take advantage of it. And for those who are small businesses, you can invest in small businesses in various African nations that won't cost you a whole lot, because all it would take for some businesses are not the same as the other. So as Black and brown people, looking at how do we partner with the small businesses with maybe a very small investment and see how that capital can yield those better results.
Again, they got big plans for us. And there's so many of them. There's so many people I could have showed on this video where people are, again, aligned with this Dr. Arikana and what she's about. And they're trying to promote other people to sign on to this ADDI. And I don't think that that's something that we should do, because, again, a lot of money that she's borrowed, a lot of money she has to pay back. And she's expecting us to be those debt slaves for her. And that's very disrespectful. I don't approve of it. I don't like it. I want her to leave us the fuck alone and give that money back to Akon and have him give that money back to China and call it a fucking day. That's what I say. But they got big plans for us. And that's why I show y'all what I show. Let me go back up. And a lot of people is believing her hype. And a lot of people is really on board, thinking that she is the chosen one. And it's really, really, really odd. Really, really odd. I just don't understand it. You said they said we never overcome, but they were celebrating Juneteenth, the African people. Exactly. Exactly, Miss D. Who did Akon borrow those billions from? China? Chinese people? Chinese investors? African Goddess says the riots in the UK are race riots. They are attacking anyone they think is foreign roots. Wow. G says, I was born and raised in my first world country. In first world countries, we don't use any of that unless a person chooses to live off grid, G says. G says also people keep saying that they're race riots. However, with the rapes done by Somali and Pakistani people in Bristol, Britain, done to many women, people are sick and tired of, I guess you meant them. African Goddess says, point I'm making is anyone who comes needs to be aware of what the conditions on the ground are, not saying everywhere. G says, world people and people from and archeries causing chaos and discord and mayhem and crimes. Pinky says, lots of American women have been murdered. Kiki loves Nigeria has covered all the deaths. Yeah. A lot of them have suspicious unalives that's not really readily explained easily. And I really feel that single women, again, are looked upon as easy target. And unfortunately, all those people that passed away, more than 6 or 7 seem very suspicious to me. Blue Butterfly says only one song that I know, Akon. He's going to have to make another hit song to pay these people back. He could start selling what he got, his house or whatever the hell he got to go do. Just leave us out of it. G says, I agree, but the lies have to stop and the truth must be spoken. It's imperative. Lying by omission is still lying. Pinky says, I think Putin is going to be fueling conflicts on the continent to fund his war. Wow. African Goddess says, Pinky, not victim blaming, but you cannot let people see that you have in this environment and you need to be security aware. A lot of people living a hard life here. Sheena says Arikana needs to be in a prison jumpsuit. Yeah, she would look nice in that suit, wouldn't she? With that wig. Oh, you can't have wigs inside of the jail, though. G says, Pinky Wells, I have listened to Kiki Loves Nigeria podcast, but about the atrocities and abominations, and they are crimes against humanity, SMH. Exactly. African Goddess says, exactly why is she still running around? Who are you talking about running around? G says it's already been done in Central Africa Republic, plus many parts of West Africa, such as Nigeria, are waving Russian flags in the streets during the protests. Oh, yeah, and they're upsetting Nigerian government. Yeah, you're right. I was going to do a story about that, but I wanted to do a story about this because, again, Akon City is a failure. And the same blueprint that he did, she copied Dr. Arikana. I predict that there will be a failure with Wakanda. I predict that despite all the people that she's been getting on board, it's not enough to pay back all that money that she hoped by now we would be subjected to pay back. We would be happy little debt slaves. No, we're not going to be happy little debt slaves, Dr. Arikana. You can get back that money. You can ask Africans to help you. You seem to skip the Africans altogether. And that's very curious to me. Pinky says that's not victim blaming. I say the same thing. And a lot of those Americans go over. They're showing off what they have. You can't do that here. Either you will get got. Monique says, voila, Mr. G, you are correct. G says, one of the court judges, Deja something, in Nigeria is in alliance with the protests against Nigeria and the Nigerian government. Okay. African Goddess says, I believe Russia and China offers better deals than the West for Africa, not saying that they are not problematic. Yeah, you could say that. G says, I'm not saying nor talking about business deals. I'm talking about the existence and well-being of humanity or the human beings. It's very apparent that being a humanitarian doesn't humanitarian. I couldn't say the word. Golden Brown says, what is the problem in Africa with education? Pinky says, remember when Putin offered Nigerians passports to fight his war against Ukraine? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll take that passport, huh? G says, thank you. Countries want you to fight and die for them when they wouldn't even spit on you if you were on fire. Well, that's right, G. I heard that. Akon doesn't have money to give back. Last year, he was talking about touring to raise money to pay them back. Pinky Wells says, what? He on his own. On your own, buddy. You better try to do another hit song, which wasn't really much of a hit. But anyways, I digress. You said, I assume you talking about government education. The problem is corruption. Money does not get to the schools and public administrators' pockets. Don't start me on corruption. Yeah, I already know. Moni says, please hit the like button and join in with the conversation. Exactly. KOIC, Golden Brown says, many Nigerian young men willing to go and fight for Russian citizenship, African Goddess says. Did they? Wow. Everyone wants America's military to protect their country, then blame them if they don't get the results they want. Haiti, for example, Pinky says. By the way, what's going on with Haiti? I haven't heard any word since the police of Kenya went to Haiti. I mean, are they catching bullets? I don't know. I haven't heard too much of anything going on over there. It's kind of weird. African Goddess says, Sam is not just in Ghana. There are land disputes across Africa, especially West Africa, so buyers beware. Pinky said, passport, not citizenship, Putin said. Oh, wow. Blue Butterfly says, do y'all remember when Ghana held their students in limbo? And I believe South Africa by not paying students tuition fees. Now this is how they treat their own people. Imagine how they will treat us there. Exactly. African Goddess says, same difference. It was a route out of Nigeria. Four Rivers says, Blue Butterflies. Wow, I didn't hear about that. I didn't hear about that either. What? In Poland, an African man pooped in the lake? Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. So they're catching them do that kind of stuff. Let me see what this video is about. Thank you for this link. Where did it go? I hope that you guys would do me a favor by liking and sharing the video. That would be greatly appreciated. You said a video is circulating of a naked African Eshin in the lake. Let me see if this is going to show me something. Wow. Oh, wow. That's not cute. Thank you for sharing that, but that was no, he didn't get busted doing that. In Poland, I'm surprised they didn't beat him up. I keep hearing that about our military, G says. African Goddess says, not sure, but imagine these people are homeless. Blue Butterfly says, I've seen this lady from Colorado. She's in Aurora. Yeah, there's a lot of known people that she's associating with. G says, please stop condoning degeneracy and uncivilized behavior. There were children sitting there when the naked African man did public defecation in the lake in Poland. I already know that the public defecation happens in Africa, especially in Nigeria. For Rivers says, I saw that video about the African pooping in Poland's lake. I said he probably does that in Africa, so he's doing that there too. Yeah. G says they do it all over Africa, and people keep saying that we need to learn from the Africans. Make it make sense. Sheena says, is that lady on Roland Martin's show? I'm not sure. I don't watch Roland Martin too often, but he has all kinds of different people that represent this and that and the other. I wouldn't be surprised if one of those ladies was on his show. He said, got the nerve to have the mess in DC ADDI conference. Yeah. And they're going to have a festival. Go imagine that. African Goddess says, yes, there is public defecation in Nigeria. However, I would assume that man in Poland is educated and therefore would not expect that behavior. Wow. But yet he still did it regardless. You just proved my point, G says. Brothers and sisters, BS, most Black Americans not interested in no fake diaspora going to Africa. Exactly, Miss D. You go home, lady. We do not owe Africa remittances. Exactly, talking about we don't have to be there, but we can send money. That's the catch right there. They want us to be a part of remittances, sending money to Africa when we don't have family there. We're not from there. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to make us be a part of making payments to Africa. Why would you say that? Oh, we just need your investment. Oh, we just need some money. I'm sure you do. We need money too. What about us? Are you sending money to us? Is anybody going to help us? That's what I want to know. Everybody's asking us to help everybody else, but who's going to help us? They act like we just living on trees of money. Send your money or invest and never see your money again, Blue Butterfly says. Exactly. Which brings me to this other video. I'm glad you said that. There's all kinds of videos where there has been warnings about going to Africa overall. I appreciate someone sending this to my email. I gotta find it first though. But there's a lot of people that know that it's not cool to really be in Africa like that. Hold on, this is still stuck on this. Pooping. Please hit the like, y'all, by the way. I don't know what it is. I have a lot of people watching, but they don't like hitting the like. I guess they don't like the truth being spread around. But, you know, this is a righteous channel as best I can do it. And I try to show the truth to the best of my ability. And again, this is an Indigenous Black American channel trying to help my people see things as it is instead of just make believe all the time. But here's a video by Shade Amor Sojourns. And she says, before you move to Africa, watch this first. And I think 2 people gave me this video. So I appreciate y'all for sharing the video. We're going to wrap it up with this video right here.
Do not bring your American attitude, mindset, or expectations to the continent of Africa because you will be disappointed. I've said this several times and I will continue to say, stop romanticizing Africa because it is not your saving grace. Now, I'm not saying the reasons why people are leaving America aren't valid. What I'm saying is that sometimes we can focus so much on the negatives of our native country that we tend to romanticize or ignore
the issues that are actually going on in the country that we plan on moving to. Now, I know people have been migrating since ancient times, but something spiritual definitely happened around 2019 where African Americans started leaving the United States. With that being said, plenty of people have returned to the United States, whether they had good experiences or bad experiences. So let's discuss what you should know before moving to the continent of Africa. Hey y'all, it's Sade Imore, your favorite expat with nomadic tendencies. If you're new here, welcome. And if you're an oldie but goodie, I see you. Thanks so much for stopping by. Now, some of y'all gonna get mad at me about this first point, but all skinfolk ain't kinfolk. In America, we're taught about race. We're taught black and white, and that's not the case on the continent of Africa. There is literally a system that's put in place for Black folk, African Americans in the United States that is set up to keep us down, to keep us at bay, to keep us at a certain point. So we're always having to fight to get what we want. But when you come over to the continent of Africa, their fight is different. They have cultural differences. They have tribal differences. And believe it or not, they have multiple languages being spoken in one country. In America, we all speak English, but we have different dialects and we have different accents. So the same thing applies with them. And so I want you guys to understand that just because these are your cousins from back in the day, they don't know you just like you don't know them. And so to keep you protected and to keep, things in perspective as far as how you were raised when it comes to stranger danger and you dealing with people that you don't know, should keep that same attitude. Because if you come over to the continent of Africa like we're friends, or I'm protected, or I can let this person hold my money, I trust them, the way that they look at things is completely different from Americans, so I'll just trust this complete stranger with my life savings or with my items instead of somebody who was, from America, because I know how people in America are. You ain't gonna have nothing. I don't mean to sound rude, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I'm not saying this is everybody on the continent of Africa, clearly. But what I am telling you is that you cannot come here with that mindset because the culture is completely different. The next point I want to make is that bought sense is better than taught sense any day. I can talk till I'm blue in the face. I can make as many videos as I want, and I can answer all of your questions. And y'all still gonna think what y'all want to think. Why? Because you have to physically be in the country, on the continent, in order for you to understand what it is that a lot of the YouTubers are actually.
I don't believe that part. I think that you can observe other people's situations to know and learn. I don't think you have to go through it to finally get it. Just like I don't want to be in jail. I know that jail's a bad place to be. I don't have to be in jail to know that it's a bad place to be. I just don't agree with that part in what she's saying, but I'll let this carry forward.
Saying it's one thing to have a perception based off of what you're hearing, and then it's another to actually experience it and then have your own perception based off of your experience. Now, there are some YouTubers who only want to share the good stuff. And there are YouTubers who only want to share the bad stuff. But I believe in sharing it all because it is not easy to pick up your life and carry it to a new country. It's just not. And I also want to say this. When YouTubers are moving to these countries, abroad, anywhere, and you're seeing them in this happy phase, y'all gotta understand that this is like culture shock. And there are different phases to culture shock. Some people are able to adapt quickly and some are not. You have like all of these opinions in your head about how you're going to respond, how you're going to be, what you're going to do, how things are going to go when you get to the particular country that you're trying to move to. But I'm here to tell you guys, I'm here to warn you that things are probably not going to go the way that you expect, and you will end up spending more money than you thought because things aren't as structured or organized as in the States. The next tip I want to provide is learn how to budget your money now. Now, wait until you get to the continent of Africa to start doing checks and balances. If you're bad with your money in the States, you're going to be bad with your money in Africa. It doesn't matter how cheap anything is. Now, some countries in Africa, they are cheap and or affordable. And then there are some countries in Africa that are really, really expensive. I'm talking about like US, like California type of expensive. So you have to make sure that you choose a country that's going to allow your money to stretch for an extended period of time. You know, it sounds good to say, oh, I have, you know, a 5-bedroom house and I'm paying $600 for it. But if you don't have any income coming in, $500 is going to make you run out of money real quick, especially when you only brought $10,000. Because what you're not taking into consideration is the fact that you have to pay for a visa, you have to pay for residency, and eventually you'll have to leave the country to satisfy the immigration requirements and then come back in and start the process all over again. That's what you're not banking on. So you have to be strategic in how you are spending your money. Again, it is not about how cheap the country is. It is.
She does have good advice, but my channel is more so about awareness of alert and warning. But that was good in what she told for those that are going to make the attempt to go out there. Again, budgeting is something that you need to know how to do or practice on doing before you make that attempt. But more or less, eventually you will run out of money. That's what it seems like to me, or you'll get in some type of situation that you require immediate money. And a lot of people at that point don't have that immediate money, for instance, to go back to America if there's a medical emergency or you want to get away. It's not as easy as it sounds. But like I said, to me, you're bankrupting yourself going to Africa. All these different proposals and attempts to build, and all I see when people are unalive, other Africans acquire the residence and the land and the place that you built. It just seems like you're giving away whatever you had left to Africa and the Africans. And you're not really enjoying your situation as best as I see it. I haven't seen a lot of people very successful in that regard without having hiccups of being robbed or being chased out. I remember that one couple in the Gambia, what was their name? They got hit a couple of times. They moved a couple of times. The arrivals. And they still are there trying to make it work. But how many times before you figure it's not worth the hassle and the stress and the strain. I'm sure that there are a couple of success stories that are not just been told or talked about, but it's so far and few in between. And most of those people are retired. They get a lot of money, and they're able to do what they're doing. But the vast majority of us don't have that safety net of money, that wealth. If you don't have that, it seems that you're a sitting duck. That's what it feels like to me from my observation. And I really feel that observation is just as important as going there. And a lot of times I can observe and guess a lot of stuff just from looking. You can observe. So let me see what you guys are saying. Then I'm going to conclude. I appreciate everybody for coming through this Sunday. I really want to sum up and say again, the Akon City was bound to be a failure. He thought he had it like that, though. He thought that he could say any little nothings to us and we'd be down for his coin, down for his so-called city, just be down. And a lot of us weren't. Just a few got. I'm surprised that Go Black to Africa got caught up. He didn't look like the type that would go that route, but he did. And I feel that Wakanda City is going to go on the same route because, again, all that money that she borrowed plus interest has to be paid back. I know you've been enjoying that money, but you probably should start giving that money back because we're not going to be debt slaves. Sorry about that. We're not signing up to be debt slaves. Let me see. I read that. Big plans for money. That's right. They have big plans for money. She said you don't have to go back home. Just send your money there. LOL. All that talk is spell work. It is. Africa isn't home for indigenous Black Americans. They keep repetitiously saying the same stuff. Trying to cause like some type of spell work, like you say. It's very obviously focus on slavery all the time, talking about slaves, trying to get you in the mindset of being so lowly. Oh, I'm a slave. I don't know no better. Oh, I need somebody to direct me. Oh, I need you to tell me something good today, because otherwise I can't get there. No, I'm not going to be that slave. Sorry. I'm not going to be that slave. She said you don't have to. Oh, I read that. Pinky says Arikana and Akon better get that money. Chinese got life insurance on them. You know, push like button and subscribe and share. Thank you for that. Does Akon still have that money? Doubt it. Man, after all this time, it's been since 2017 or 18 he got that money. So 18, 19, 21, 2, 3. He's had that money for like 7 years. That's why it's like, you tripping, dude. 7 years having all that money, you ain't never did nothing. Akon was talking about going on tour last year to raise money. See, he trying to see if we want to go follow behind his ass. No. I watched an interview with a man from the UK named Tommy Robinson. He said the riots are because of Islamic immigrants. The Muslim men have raped over 1,000 white women in just 1 year. Ooh, sorry to hear that. That's awful. For real? Pinky grapes were not adult women. They were teenage girls. Numbers up to 1,400 government agencies, police, social workers covered it up. Many of those girls in foster care. Oh no, African goddess. That's horrible. And you be hearing some stuff, don't you? You be up on some information. Whoa. Blue Butterfly says it happened a few years ago. I could be wrong on the countries, but yeah, African students were without housing too. Pinky Wells says, African Goddess, he was talking about something different, not girls in foster care. African Goddess says, Pinky Wells, oh dear, that's another case. Wow. Akon is an Akon. That's right, Blue Butterflies. Pinky says Nigeria is the open defecation capital of the world. They passed India last year. In India, they do it in the daylight on the beach. Just pull their pants down and oh wait, Pinky. Sheena says, "Are Africans going to help me pay my student loans?" Shaking my head, no. Ain't nobody offering us a piece of peas. A piece of a pea. I love your channel and I love your voice. Thank you for that. My voice right now is raspy. I've been eating. Let me spray some of my throat stuff, by the way. There we go. I be having my air conditioner on and my fan because I have to have it cool most of the time and my voice be getting all raspy. But I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate it. Pinky says you can see it on CNN News 18. We'll check it out. Okay, for Black, I only see things about the Kenyan police in Haiti. When I search for it, looks like the news channels are not interested anymore. No, they're not. They just moved on, didn't they? Kenyan police are shooting it out with the Haitian gangs. Oh, Pinky says, okay. I understand what this American woman is trying to do, but I will not be taking advice on another country from an immigrant. She's an immigrant over there. Pinky says, yes, observation are the best education for me. Me too. Monique says she's talking about talking to them, I think. She is giving good advice, African Goddess says. I think she is correct, nevertheless. Monique says, culture shock is real, Monique says. Yeah, the other video was good, but my channel is geared to warnings most of the time and trying to understand what we're up against and stuff like that to that effect. But it's still a risk and a gamble to go to Africa nonetheless because it's not home and you're outnumbered and it's a culture shock. And if you're a single woman, it's just really a bad scenario. Rest in peace again to Anja Africa and all the ladies and the men that passed away in Gambia, Ghana, Nigeria, wherever. Even the ones that we might not even know about. I'm pretty sure that is more tight-lipped now that all that information came out. Nobody wants to really tell anything anymore. For the most part, they're going to probably keep unalives as best they can, play dumb like they don't know. If you're on a tight budget, you don't need to go anywhere. Exactly, Pinky. She's right. Some people are more resilient, deal with culture shock better, or are well-traveled. So no, Africa is not the West, African Goddess says. I just know I couldn't relate because me being a woman, I don't want to have to be challenged by a man. I don't want a man to feel like he has to subdue me and try to get me to do anything. I'm not here for none of that. I ain't gonna be a part of that picture. So excuse me if I miss this whole scene all together. I'm not going. It's just not something that I know me, and I'm not gonna want to see anything like that ever happen like that. Golden Brown says, that is true, Pinky Wells. African Goddess says, if you want Western living standards, you need to spend. I heard that. For River says, as the saying goes, a fool never learns. A smart person learns from his mistakes. A wise person learns from the mistakes of others. I suggest not going in the first place. That's what I say. The best solution is avoiding altogether. But that's my opinion because of the stories that I've heard and the feelings that I have and the temperament of what's going on in this world today. Anything could change at any time. You'll be over there by yourself, outnumbered. There's nothing you can do. You would have to pray that nothing happens to you if something breaks out. And I just would feel more comfortable in America, even though it is the most dangerous because there's more weapons here, of course. There's plenty more weapons here, but it's home. What am I supposed to do? I'm not leaving home. I'm sorry. Tanzanian is a 3rd-month stay at a time within a year. That's it, Monique says. I hear there are no jobs in Africa. People must create businesses or ways to make money. Africans can tell you all about that. I'm sure they can, blue butterflies. African Goddess says people can go if they have done their research, have the right mindset and skills to Four Rivers. I'm echoing what Four Black has says, that we don't have to go there to know what's going on there. Exactly. I don't need the experience. It is not that important that I look at a whole lot of melanated people all at once. For what? I see some here. I'm used to seeing all kinds of types now. There's all kinds of people around me now. Different races at different times. It changes. But this is what I've known. And despite the big change, because there's a stark change, to be honest, from when I was in Ohio. I seen white people when I was a kid because of being in a children's home. So I was introduced to white people fairly young. But then going to foster care, I was surrounded around different black people. But I was never like in the ghetto or hood. I don't know what that experience is about. Thank God for that. But still, foster care is not really a blessing either. So it's a hard knock life. Miss D says facts, because millions of Africans fleeing everywhere. That tells you us that Africa's in bad shape. That's what I say. It's like we going off of what Africans are doing. And if they're risking their life to try to get out of Dodge, it has to be pretty bad in Africa for the most part. You have to be really resilient and very smart and established to really make a way in Africa. I mean, you have to have connections and you have to be set up, kind of set apart and set up. African Goddess says, Four Black, 100% agree with you on the money thing. If you want to come here and live, either need cash or the ability to live like the locals while you get set up. Okay. Pinky says, people think building is just some wood, cement, hammer, and nails. There's a lot more to it. Four Rivers says, exactly, we can see what the Africans are going through and imagine what it's like there. Yeah. What's up, Easy X? How you doing? I was on another live Pan-African radio show here in Los Angeles. They trying to say we some type of immigrants just like the illegals coming here. That's what I'm saying, Easy X. They're trying to break us down to nothing. And the Americans are actually allowing this mess. Pan-Africans are allowing this mess. Immigrants are saying this mess. They don't want us to have any claim to America, Easy X. There's going to be a big battle coming up eventually about who we are here in America, and people that are not us are arguing for us to not be a part of America no more. People that are not us, they just coming over here and trying to make instructions for us, trying to take over. That's an Arikana type. She is so thirsty for power right now. She wants power. They want to tell you what to do. Want to order you around. I know the type. I was a kid. I remember dealing with various types of people. I know different personalities that you would never imagine. I know them. It's just really interesting to me when helicopters kept crashing in Africa and there were African politicians on those helicopters. Yeah, I heard about that too. They say Africa is the youngest nation. What is the youth doing to fight for the first world conditions? African goddess. African goddess says, not all of us living in poverty. I believe African goddess is living as best as you could possibly live because she is very smart. Very, very smart. Living in Nigeria, though, I don't get it. Have you ever thought about leaving African goddess and going somewhere else? Pinky Wells says they want you in a slave mindset to bring you down to where they are. Jealous they had to live in the shadows of slaves, Pinky says. It's very interesting how when you hear these panels like Kala and you hear like Dynasty Mir and how a lot of Black Americans like submit themselves to Africans to get some type of pat on the back. And some of the things that they allow them to say in front of their faces, and they just sit up there and eat it up like it's cute, like it's the coolest thing to hear. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that. I don't want to turn into someone that is less and unworthy and letting myself get broken down to nothing like that. For people that don't even care about you to begin with, and you subjecting yourself to their abuse. Pinky says they want you in a slave mindset. Yup. Yes, they are fighting for less inequality, African goddess says. Blue Butterfly says a Nigerian Uber driver was accused of sexually assaulting a white female college student in my home state. Wow. G says in Nigeria there is an island with empty houses and mansions just wasting away. Are you serious? How is that possible? For River says they're wishing that indigenous Black Americans would think we were immigrants like them. Sorry, we're not. A lot of other Black Americans are calling themselves immigrants, though. These Pan-Africans, for Rivers, are very dangerous. They want to liken us to prisoners of war or slaves. That's what they like to liken us to. And it's really, really strange that this is happening now. African goddess says, just a theory, men raised in cultures where there is little respect for women more likely to rape. It apparently is true. For River says, well, too many Africans are living in poverty for Africa to look like a success story for Americans to risk going to. I don't think the risk is worth it. Some people feel like it makes them better to go, but I don't see it. Pinky wants to know which station to axe. Miss D says, right, 4 rivers and our ancestors, and we continue to fight, which too many Africans don't fight for rights. They would be first world if they fought for themselves. Well, they're beginning to rile up, but they got a long ways to go. And our claim to fame was trying to get justice and trying to be treated more fairly when it comes to the laws that are already set. We didn't ever talk about wanting to leave America because it's so bad. And suddenly this conversation that other people want to do for themselves, and they're saying, we, say you. If you want to go to Africa, if that's want to be your goal to escape, stop trying to include other people that have not said what you're saying. I hate when people just take it upon themselves to say, we want. There is no such thing as we want. You don't have that power. And when people use that, they're trying to exert power over us. And I don't like that. That's what Arikana does all the time. The Africa we want to build. Who is we? The few that you got is not going to build anything. You owe money. Who is we? Just visit there, you say, Monique. This is a warning. Don't go there to live, Monique says. Just visit there. African Goddess says, think area that you talking about is Lekki. It's lots of those empty estates belong to politicians, I'm sure. African Goddess says, Four Rivers just saying the poverty is not the whole story. But yes, it is a risk coming here. Blue Butterfly says Africa and Africans need to worry about retaining land that Europe still owns and liberating Congo. Leave us alone, Black Americans. They don't know how to leave us alone. They're obsessed with us. Pinky says, fellow Black Americans, we are not immigrants. We were made in America. An Italian American is from Italy. A German American is from Germany. There is no country called Black. We are American. Exactly. We need to learn to say that. Repeat after me. We are American. Stop letting people that are strangers tell you you don't belong here. People are trying to tell us we belong in Africa while Africans are coming here to replace us. Leave us alone, please. Tell the Africans they belong in Africa. Stop telling us where we belong. Stop being wicked. Stop it. Leave us alone, please. It is not easy to fight here. Most African countries, not democracies. They are authoritarian states that send the troops out on their citizens, African Goddess says. That's what I know. And people trying to make it seem like it's so pleasant in Africa. G says Shakina Shinadu was murdered in Gambia by a Gambian man. No, he was actually not a Gambian man. He was, I forgot where, I think Togo or somewhere else like that. But no, he wasn't actually a Gambian man. I did the story. Miss D says blue butterflies facts, and if they focus on may become one world in no time. African Goddess says, G, the guy who was murdered here was from Togo. Yeah, exactly, Togo. That's what it is. Miss D says, they say the country is mostly young men. By what you're saying, they are cowards. No disrespect to African Goddess from Miss D. Miss D, you are right to a certain extent, but in the end, SARS, Nigerian army killed 76 people in a single night. African Goddess says, but no Pan-African said a word about it. Not a word. Easy Act says it was a live call-in show when Greg Carr, I called in and proposed this question of them trying to change our status here in the United States, and they ghosted me, and somehow the phone call was disconnected. I'm trying to tell you they're on to some stuff. They are tripping. They are tripping. Pinky says, Greg Carr royalty of the panties is in the Caribbean. I don't know. African Goddess says, no, I have a good life here. I hold a UK passport, so could leave tomorrow if I wanted to. But why should I leave my father's land? See, I like when, you know, a real African is down for what she's down for in her own home. I mean, I have a lot of respect because I feel the same way here. This is all I know. I know I've had ups and downs, more downs than ups, but this is all I know. I don't want people changing my life midlife and trying to get me to do something against my will. I don't want people imposing their views and ideologies and viewpoints and focus and glaring on to me. Like, stop glaring on to me. Glare on to the next person. Glare on to Africans that are migrating. Glare on to them. Stop glaring onto Black Americans. You're glaring. You're not, this is not a loving thing that they're proposing. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's so much better for you to be around your own people. Why aren't you there? If it's so wonderful. If it's so wonderful, why aren't all y'all there? Y'all are everywhere else but there, but you're telling us we need to be there. Stop. It's very weird and crazy. It's some weird shit going on with y'all that do that. You're not in Africa, but you're trying to get me to go. What's wrong with you? Okay. Miss D says, Easy X is the old panty that can't wait to sell us out. Yes. Is there going to be a replay to X? That's good. African goddess. Many Africans need your mindset. She has a wonderful mind. She's very bright. I think Mr. Uganda is bright too. I wish he had a channel as well, but he doesn't anymore. Quazo sometimes can be bright. Sometimes silly conversation, though. It gets a little bit out of hand. I don't know what he's doing lately. I haven't watched him in a while. Blue butterflies. How many American Pan-Africanists are living in Africa? Slavery still exists amongst blacks. We must know our history and be careful. Exactly. These Pan-Africans are, again, mocking us, telling us we need to not concern ourselves with staying here in America. Like, we should really change our whole mindset over to being Africanized. And if you don't talk that way, you are a sellout. If you don't talk that way, somehow you're lost. Somehow you are not wanting to be a part of the race. It's like, I'm doing the same goddamn thing I've been doing my whole entire life in America, minding my own damn business and living my own damn life. What is wrong with y'all? Now I gotta change because you got here, or you have a different mindset that just came from hell. Came from hell. African goddess says, I am privileged, have enough assets and income not to be impacted by many of the day-to-day challenges here. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Did you ever get a hold of that one lady that I talked about? I can't remember her name. The one that started with an A that was having issues with the police. And she was feeling threatened. And she was embroiled with lawyers, 3 of them. That person. Did you get a chance to get a hold of her, or was it impossible? Easy X says it was KPFK 90.7 FM Los Angeles. They have a Pan-African We Are the World Flat Blackness Perspective. Sunday is the Pan-African programming on the station. Yeah, they keep doing this. And we can stop using Black American as enough. Yeah, you're right. I just been using it for so long, but eventually it is going to have to change to just American. It is. These people need to just leave us alone, but they don't know how, because they have envisioned in their mind this power that they're going to exert over us. That's what they want to have happen to us somehow. Exerting power over our finances and where our monies go. That's real talk, y'all. You said during slavery, Africans that helped enslave blacks, Americans begged to come on the slave ships to see what would happen to those they captured. They are amongst us. What's interesting, isn't it BN Blue Butterflies that's supposed to have a slave boat or something that you can ride in or look at? I don't understand why they keep thinking that these artifacts of slavery somehow is supposed to be what we want to see. It is really bizarre. I think that people are sick in their head. Butterfly says slavery among Americans or Africans, rather, Pinky says to Butterflies. Pinky Wells thinks she's talking about the slavery in Africa. Oh, there is probably some in U.S. too, African Goddess said. It's global. It's everywhere. Pinky says we are American and not part of the African diaspora. Americans know that. They are trying so desperately to force it to be on us. And this is what I'm bringing out to y'all to show you how, that executive order, how eventually we're going to have some issue with it. Eventually we are. For River says Pan-Africans are using escapism so that they can cowardly ignore what's going on in America and not fight like their ancestors did. They're a disgrace. Yeah, they are, For Rivers. No, did not manage to contact that other lady. Okay. And Pinky says African Goddess is Americans are enslaved. They were captured kidnapped probably by pimps. I know there are immigrants enslaved here by gangs. There's a lot of stuff going on that we could never, ever imagine. But like I said, we have in our midst predators among us who would like to have us be a part of their so-called proposals, plans, ideas, investments, cities, schemes of gold, schemes of this and schemes of that. I think that they're designed to get our information, to pull our resources, to entrap us into cryptocurrencies. Like I said, Akon was doing Acoin. He couldn't get enough people to sign on to do his scheme. And he's failed now. And the same blueprint that Akon did is what Wakanda City's on to. The same exact thing. Ain't nothing been shown about this Wakanda City, but it's been talked about since 2018, though. Everybody is putting this woman on a pedestal. It's very shocking to me how people are praising people that are preying on us. That's the part that's really, really bothering me. You are praising someone that's preying on us. And you think that shit is cute. And you have slews of people that are just so gullible. I have never seen so many people in my life be so gullible. But there's so many of us. And they're just waiting to get got. And they're getting got. And I hope that we will wake up somehow and realize that the same thing that happened with Akon surely is going to happen with Wakanda. And again, let me just show you one little more clip of Akon City to remind you and take it home.
What really happened to Akon's futuristic city? I kind of sacrificed my meat to help rebuild Africa. This futuristic-looking smart city was designed to attract residents from all over the world, from the wealthy to the African diaspora. Akon City was intended to be a real-life Wakanda, dedicated to youth and technology. But there's just one huge problem. What problem? It currently looks like this. In 2020, singer Akon unveiled plans for Akon City, a futuristic 2,000-acre metropolis in Senegal featuring skyscrapers, a luxury resort, and recording studios, all powered by Akon's Lighting Africa initiative and backed by the cryptocurrency Akon. Phase 1 was to be completed by 2023, but as of now, no significant progress has been made. Akon blamed COVID-19 for delays, yet in 2022, he insisted the project was 1,000% moving on. Though only 2 structures have been built, local residents displaced for the project have complained about not receiving compensation from the Senegalese government. The Senegalese Tourist Zone Development Department did not respond to the Guardian's inquiries. Local media reports indicate that if there is no progress by next year, Akon City will be terminated. Akon is facing lawsuits and skepticism. He is under pressure as his ambitious dream of a real-life Wakanda hangs in the balance.
And that's going to be the same results with Wakanda City, in my opinion. We're going to see if I'm right. We're going to see what type of bullshit that people come out with in regards to this ADDI, in regards to any other scheme that they may have. I hope that you guys would share the video, like the video. It is very difficult sometimes to get information about Arikana because people have been very hush, but luckily I caught a little bit of Kala telling what had happened back in 2017 or 18 in regards to Angola and her talking about Wakanda City then. So she's been on this path for a very, very, very long time. And I know that mass number of us is not in support of being debt slaves, because that's exactly what she was trying to line us up to do and be like, and I'm not having it. So this is why I talk and showcase what I'm showcasing, because I feel that Akon is kind of the same mirror that Wakanda City will be about. Let me see what you're saying. Yeah, BN. You said, I think the whole slave tour thing in Ghana and Senegal started this slavery theme park nonsense. African Goddess says, it is very disrespectful, African Goddess. I can't tell you how angry I get seeing it and even knowing it's there. I'm really, really easily triggered to being angered. I don't think there should be any semblance or resemblance of any of that type of stuff. It should be destroyed. A wall put up to maybe put names down of people that you might know or find out about your ancestor if you do. But having that type of thing shown and kept as is, like you can just restart slavery all over again, like out the gate, like resuming activities like before. Why would you leave stuff in place like that? I don't get it. Being a West African country opening an amusement park that the theme is American slavery, and yes, there's a slave ship ride. That's what I'm talking about, Pinky. They're very disrespectful. I don't understand why they don't get that part. I don't know what kind of spirit they have for them not to even understand it. What is wrong with them? There is also a full-size slave ship and museum in Calabar. See, that's what I'm talking about. They want us in the mindset of a slave. I never seen a slave ship in any of our museums, even the one in USC Black Museum, Pinky says. BN is doing that to let indigenous Black Americans know they will only be seen as slaves in their country if they decide to go there. So why go there? Four River says. That's what I'm saying. Keep your shit and shove it. They can keep all that shit and shove it. Pinky says, I won't be. A lot of us can't think and will go, being seeing the money Ghana made and they want it to. Exactly. Four River says, think it's a tourism thing. Being still has a palace complete with stage area where they used to sell slaves. Being was the homie. Think the Woman King film based on the homie female. It's crazy, African Goddess. warriors, although they were actually part of the slave trade, were not fighting against it as portrayed in the film. African Goddess says. Pinky says, and we need to stop calling ourselves black. We are American. We are the only people in the world who had their ethnogenesis on American soil. You're right about that. So I should just start calling us indigenous Americans. We are indigenous Americans. We got to start understanding that part. People are trying to dismantle our indigenousness to this land. That's a good idea to call us indigenous Americans. I'm going to try to work on that. For River says, it's slavery. Well, just foolishness. It's slavery in reverse. Indigenous Black Americans basically have no memory of slavery today. They're trying to implant the title of slavery inside Indigenous Black Americans. Yeah, they're trying to emblazon or emblazon the mentality and the spirit onto us by showing us these pictures and these artifacts and these boats and these. It's crazy. It's fucking wicked, y'all. It's nothing about it that's meant to be a blessing. That's why there's something wrong with these people. He said, yes, that's what the movie was about. I think he says, good. Yeah, we're indigenous Americans. I got to get out of saying black. I just have a habit of saying it because it's on my birth certificate. And that's what we've been saying for such a long time. But yeah, we are indigenous Americans. We have foreigners from other lands, such as Senegal and Zimbabwe, which Arikana's from, come over here to America and they think that they're supposed to be our rulers. She literally, y'all, purchased a plantation in Tennessee, a real plantation in Tennessee. And I believe that somehow she got in her spirit that she is supposed to be some type of master over us. I mean, this woman is gung-ho about us footing fucking bills. And she keeps saying we. And we're going to have a problem with her. There's going to be a problem. So with that being said, I appreciate everybody for coming out. If you have a song that you might want to hear before I go, let me know. I can play a song or two. And then I'm going to go. If y'all don't have a song, then I'm just going to go. You said Indigenous Americans, yes. That's what this channel, Solina, said. She called yourself Indigenous Americans because that's what you are. Well, she purchased a plantation in Tennessee. I'm not bullshitting you. All because of you? Okay, Barry White. Yes, she did purchase, all because of you. She purchased a plantation and lives in it. She has other homes, though. That's not the only home she has. She's so rich. I think she has a home in Ghana, probably Zimbabwe. Might even have something in South Africa. She has a business in South Africa. She has a old, historic building that's been around for a very, very long time. She's the owner of it. I used to have this video that talked about all of this, but it's on my other channel that got snatched. I had so much information on that other channel. It was ridiculous, but I don't have that channel no more, so I'm trying to go off of what I remember. But all I know is that this Arikana, Dr. Arikana, is not meant for a blessing for us. She's come to still kill and destroy us as a collective. There is no building that she's trying to provide for us. She's not trying to give us anything in America. She's not talking about building anything here in America. She's talking about us paying. And I don't like that. I don't like predators bullying us and talking crazy to us. Anyways, here's Barry White, All Because of You.
I'm just sitting here to think, wonder why your love comes down on me like rolling thunder. All this time I've been, you're caught up in where I can't explain so many things. You think I get that the reason life has for a season. It's all because of you. I feel the thrill, yeah, the way I do. All the happiness I get you. Each time we move, it feels so new. Without you, I'd be lost. I'd pay any cost to keep your love with me. I'm in there, but one don't lose. The only love worth holding on to. I get it. There's a reason why you did have for a season. All because of you, I feel that magic thrill, girl, the way I do.
I love that song. I love that song. It's so refreshing to hear his voice and all that. Now, the next one is going to be Marvin Gaye, Make Me Wanna Holla. So we're going to listen to this real quick. I got to take my dog out, so if I might be a minute late, please excuse me, but I'll be back.
You're hovering, wondering if you click buy or book.
I made it just in time. Okay, hold on.
I made it just in time.
So now we're going to listen to somebody else had a request, Whispers As the Beat Goes On or something like that. Hold on. I appreciate everybody for spending time with me. Happy Sunday to everybody. What are you guys cooking? What are you guys having for brunch or dinner? I'm going to make pork chops, rice with gravy, and asparagus, I believe. What are y'all about to have? This is Whispers and the Beat Goes On, and then I think I have one or two more selections, and then that's going to be it. Hold on. Let's start it right. Please hit the like button. I hope you guys could hear that song. It was kind of low on my end. I was like, what the heck? Next song is going to be by Keith Washington. It's entitled Believe That. I don't even know if I know this song, but I like Keith Washington. I appreciate the selection. If you guys have not yet, please like the video, share the video, subscribe to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm so tired of loving and breaking many hearts. I wanna make it good. And with you, I wanna start by saying, I'm gonna make it good. And I'm gonna make it right. I wanna do it like it's supposed to be. Believe that. Believe that. I'm gonna make it good. I'm gonna make it right. I wanna do it like it's supposed to be. Believe that. Believe that. I got so much love to give. And I wanna give it all to you. All to you. Yes, I do. By yourself is a lonely way to live. And life is so much better when it's shared by two. And I wanna make love to you. Make it good, make it good. I wanna make it right so bad. I wanna do it like it's supposed to be, like it's supposed to be. And I believe that. Oh, I'm gonna make it so good. I'm gonna make it right. I'm gonna do it like
See, I didn't even know that song. I like that song. I like Keith Washington. Wow. That was my first time hearing that song, I believe. The last song that I'm going to play is from Love Unlimited. I'm not quite sure which song this is. I did it for love. I'm not sure, but this is one of the selections that someone asked for. I can't recall right now who did. Thank everybody for spending this time with me. It's a much longer live than I normally do, but I really hope that this was a eye opener for what's coming ahead for us and what types of people that think that they're obligated to our money, that they're entitled to our money. We need to share, like, and subscribe to this channel so that we be up on a lot of stuff. I try to be in those who can help with furthering understanding. Please email me or drop a comment in the comment section. I don't know why a lot of people won't comment. I feel that not even too many trolls too often comment. I must be really a truth bearer to where people just don't want to challenge me at all. Sometimes I find it rather strange, but in any event, I try to be as honest as possible on this channel. These opinions that I have are mine by observation and by what other people have experienced, and also looking at the fact that we have predators among us that are borrowing money from foreigners like Chinese, and they really are living the life off the hog, and they want somebody footing the bill, and they're looking at little old us to do that. And that's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable at all. So with that being said, I hope that you guys will have a nice Sunday. Thank you for appearing, and bless up.